Bom 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 bom. So let's see if I want to check tools. Settings. Wrong one. Settings. Doo-be-doo-doo-doo-doo. I think what I can do is I'm going to set up some automation and let me pop that there a minute. Boom, 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 boom. I want to set up some automation, Hal. I've been doing maintenance on Hal. I think hopefully Hal's going to work better now. Dooby dooby doo, dooby doo. What do you say, Hal? Sounds. Say something with text to speech. What do you say, Hal?
Groovy.
Okay, I'll take that. You seem to be awake. You seem to be alert. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Very good. So we're going to make you switch scenes. So if I say Hal, main scene, please. What it should then do is other windows. Perform a window function. Window title. OBS. Set command to target this window. So let's see if this works first of all. If I put this over here, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Okay. Oh, apply. Done. Okay. Put that there. Now, I'm going to select the scene. Control and F1. Apply. Okay. Not Halo. Hal, main scene, please. Oh, that's smart. Hal, video scene, please. That did not work. Ah, right, because I haven't set in the hotkeys. Hal, main scene, please. Hal, video scene, please. Hal, video scene, please.
Groovy. Opening Fi project. Opening Fi project. Opening Fi project. Opening Fi project. Opening Fi project.
Yeah, that was less than groovy. Gotta close all these now. Right, let's fix this. What I'm going to do is do the low-tech solution for solving this, which is I am opening Fry project for you, and then it's sufficiently different it won't think, it hears itself and it thinks I'm asking for it over and over again. How? Open Fi project?
I am opening Fi project for you.
Very good. You didn't say anything though, did you? Oh, because I turned you down to stop the psychosis. Hal, open Fi project.
I am opening Fi project for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Hal.
Your gum Dino.
Your gum, Dino. Hello, Spot. Hi there, new face. How you doing? Don't know what that second word means. You have to be careful these days. Hey, Ebe. How you doing? Yeah, I'm good, thank you. How are you? I'm going to be working on my Phi programming language for a bit, but I'm also just been overhauling HAL to get its speech recognition going better. What I've done, I had problems in the past of using the same microphone for the broadcast that with the speech recognition. So I've been using a really cheap sort of, well, you know, one of those little condenser microphones. I've just tried for a laugh to see, because with my Behringer thing sound card here, I don't seem to have a problem using it for both. So it's now using the same microphone that you're hearing me on, and that's much higher quality. It's going through a proper sound card and a nice microphone here. And so far, performance has been absolutely great. So that's fine. So I'm also just sort of debugging that Debugging Hal. So what did I make it say? You're welcome, Oh. You're welcome. I missed an E out. So there we are. I can thank Hal now. Thank you so much, Hal.
You're welcome, Dino.
That's cool. And we've got people. We have new people. So I used to be able to get Hal to greet people. Why don't we add that as well? We have viewers. And when I say that, I can that's always a big moment for someone like me. Have a view. Somebody's watching for a bit. Say something with text. Right. What should I? How will we greet you? Oh, I don't know. Let's try that. I can't remember what the words were again. What was it? Oh yeah, that was it. We have viewers.
Oh, that's amazing. Welcome, humans.
Yeah, so there we are. You see, I always try to debug stuff. So Hal mistakenly thought that I had said play Danny theme. Now, I have... Yeah, sorry. I have to be really careful because look, what's happened here is that Hal mistakenly thought I had said some words that I will not say again, because as I was trying to relay that story to you, Hal heard it and decided it was time for it to play a person's theme, known as Danny. And the problem is I have a way of shutting it off when it happens by mistake. That is to say, to Hal, silence. And what that should do is just sort of stop what it's doing. But do you remember I just said to you, I changed the thing to use the same microphone. Now, why is that a problem, you might ask? Well, the thing is that in being clever, which is a big trap, a lot of people fall into a lot of the time, probably the whole of humanity. But when playing a theme, it mutes my microphone. And the way it mutes the microphone, I might have to figure out a better way, but the way it mutes the microphone at the moment is to do a command line call, which mutes the microphone, so that you don't hear, because I prefer not to use headphones. So this way, when the music's playing, you hear the music, it cuts off the microphone, so you don't hear the music also bleeding into the microphone. Sorry, I'm tapping that. Bleeding into the microphone. It sounds very nice. But of course, because it now shares the same thing, it cuts off the microphone and Hal becomes deaf. Now, I mean, there is a problem anyway that I have to turn down the music in the room so Hal can hear me, but that isn't a major inconvenience. But the microphone is turned off. And of course, it turns the microphone back on again when the music is finished. So I was going around looking for a way to terminate the music without... I couldn't. And then we had to listen to it all twice. So there you go. I need a way. I need a way to stop that from happening. I have no idea why I thought I think it might be that it interpreted what it said. All right, if this happens again, I'm just going to shut Voice Attack down. But I think what it did was it interpreted its reply. You see, when I said that we have viewers, then Hal, this is a bit of a problem. Hal keeps hearing its own voice. Hal keeps hearing its own voice and sometimes thinks that I'm talking when in fact it's hearing itself. And that's probably what happens. We'll just do a little test there to see. Yeah, I need a button. I definitely, I don't know how to set that up. We'll see. The button is close, shut down Hal. I suppose it's not that bad. Right, what we be doing? Oh yeah, let's try that again. We have viewers.
Oh, that's amazing.
Welcome, humans.
I'm back. It just gets worse, doesn't it? So then this is a great example. This is a great example of, if you want to understand what life as a game developer is, this is what's known as an integration bugs. They are the nightmare. They are the reason why you tend to see a lot of bugs in delivered software. And to be totally fair, video games generally have less bugs than other kinds of software. People might not believe that, but it is true. Because the standards that we have to meet in terms of reliability are probably higher than they are with other types of software. And an integration thing, this is a great example, a great demonstration of integration bugs, because each of the components of this chain of stuff that I'm doing to sort of automate things in the stream, right? Each one works perfectly well by themselves. But when you bring them all together, you get all these unintended consequences. So what happened there was I ran a test to see if my theory was correct, that HAL was hearing itself and then interpreting what it said as meaning it needed to play that theme. So I tested it and that happened. And I said, all I'm going to do is shut HAL down, which sounds reasonable, except that HAL has muted my microphone. And if HAL gets shut down, it doesn't unmute the microphone. So the end result was I remained muted. The music stopped because HAL stopped, but the microphone remained muted. And then because the microphone is muted, HAL can't hear me. Even when I restarted HAL couldn't hear me. And the whole thing is just out of whack. And what I had, when the end, the way I solved it, there's a script, and then I needed to find the script. I actually thought I can go and take a command that calls the script to unmute it and run it manually, and I did, and so now you can hear me. That is a great example, unintentional, great example of integration bugs, and it's an important thing to realize that there are different kinds of bugs, but most bugs, most of the time, are not because anybody's been lazy or not doing a good job. You do the best job you can, and there are unintended and unexpected consequences of reasonable choices that seem reasonable at the time. There was once somebody who asked a question, I think on Quora, or one of those things, one of those places, and asked, what would it be possible, why is it not possible to invent a programming language that you can just speak to and it will make the program for you? This is a classic example of what we could call naive desire for intelligence. It's obviously naive because the point is that such entities already exist. They're called programmers. So you speak to a programmer in a human language, and the programmer or code or engineer, software engineer is probably best because they are engineers. It basically, if you work on a machine, and a machine of any kind, including software, which is a machine, if you're working on a machine and the machine can break such that it doesn't work properly, it has a failure mode. Basically, you're working on things that have failure modes. You're an engineer. It doesn't matter what it is. You're an engineer. If you're working on a boiler and the boiler could break down, you're an engineer. If you're building a boiler, it needs to be reliable, you're an engineer. If you're building a bridge and the bridge could fail, you're an engineer. It's very straightforward, and it's the same thing with software. If you're building software that can break, you are an engineer. So engineers exist. They're human beings, and you talk to the human being in their language, and out eventually, takes a bit of time, but eventually out comes the software. And it's great. That's why we employ engineers. So of course somebody will come along and say, well, can we cut out the engineer? Can we get engineers to engineer their way out of a job and a career and whatever else, just to render themselves, in fact, completely irrelevant by writing some piece of software that is capable of interpreting everything that is being asked by a human being to create software. And the answer is no. And if to understand why, and it isn't just an obstinate thing, it's not like no because then we won't have a job, it's just no. Because, and I think probably a great way of explaining it is the story of the family that found themselves blessed or cursed with 3 wishes. Somehow it happened. And so the first wish was to get a large sum of money. So this was wished. And what happened, though, the next day, is that their son died in an accident at work. And then, which was very tragic and very sad for them. And they were very surprised to find that the sum of money they'd asked for was actually the money that they got as compensation for the death of their son. So that was pretty traumatic and terrible. But they still had 2 wishes left. So, it was a dark and stormy night. And they had a go with the second wish, and they wished that their son was back. And as the storm blew, and the wind blew, and the door rattled, and then they heard this strange sound, and some movement coming towards the house. And the sound emanating from whatever it was seemed barely human. And at this point the penny dropped, and they had a really bad feeling about this. So they used the third wish to wish it back, because they kind of figured out that, just asking for their son to come back. Be careful what you wish for. And so there's never going to be a computer program that will be able to figure that out, because at some point you need the human element, because at some point you need wisdom. And wisdom, there is no such thing as artificial wisdom, which is a great shame, because we're running out of the real thing. I wrote a song about that, and that should be coming out sometime in the next 6 months, I imagine. It's called Artificial Wisdom. Yes. So there you go. Anyway, right, I digress. I think what I need to do is figure this out, because otherwise I'm just going to get, as I make Hal do more and more things, it's going to become more and more difficult to avoid these integration bugs. But I did just explore the let's see, the settings. Here we go. We'll have a look at settings and hotkeys. And what I'm hoping is there's a hotkey for muting, because then I can mute the transmission. Oh look, there is. That is handy. So I have an alternative way of dealing with this. So if I've got something called main mic, here's the main mic, I can create shortcuts to, or hotkeys, to mute and unmute the main microphone. So what should we use for this? Control Shift F1 is mute. Control Shift F2 is unmute the main mic. And I'm just going to modify. It's going to take a little bit to do, because I'm going to have to modify a few things. Oh jeez. A few things. Here we go. So when we play Danny's theme, we need to remove this and remove this, and I need to add Windows, perform a window function, and window title OBS, and we have to just activate that. And then we need to do a key press, which is Control Shift F1 to mute. And then after, I need to do Control Shift F, Control Shift F2. So what should happen? Oh, yes, and by the way, that was my tune. Yeah, because I write themes for people. If they've been on the, if they're on the channel, they come back enough times, they can get a theme. So Danny's from Ireland, so that one kind of had a kind of slight Irish flavour. It perhaps sounds more Scottish than Irish, but oh well, you can't get everything right. Right, so let's just test this and see if that works, and then I have my alternative solution to this problem. So what it means is it will mute the microphone to you, but Hal will still be able to hear me. Well, that's the theory anyway. Hal, play Danny's theme. Hal, silence. I think I need. It threw up. It threw up the help file for. That's kind of weird. I said Hal silence, and it did something else. I don't understand why it did that. Let's try Hal silence. Hal silence. So so I have to now debug. Control, and I need to use different keys for that. See, it's because it's conflicting. I am getting settings. Let's get the settings up here on the hotkeys. Main mic. Can't use F1. That's just not going to work. Control Shift M. Control Shift N. Not muted. Muted. I'm going to try that. Let's just test that out in here first of all. Control Shift mute and unmute. Okay, that's working. I am muting and unmuting. So then we go into here and we do, let's just Control Shift M. Control Shift N. Probably should add a command to mute and on. How mute.
Hello Dino.
Hello, Hal.
Hello Dino.
Microphone. Hal mute microphone. And when I say that, then I can run a window function, OBS, key press, Control Shift M. Okay. Duplicate. How unmute microphone. Control Shift N. Okay. Apply. All right, let's test this out. How mute microphone. Hal's working really well now. I should have tried this out before, because that's fantastic. It's hardly putting a foot wrong now. So let's try with Danny's theme again. Hal, play Danny's theme. Hal, silence. Look at that. And because Hal stopped playing the script, Hal stopped it, or Voice Attack stopped it, he was able to finish the script, and so it automatically unmuted. So I think we're now cooking with the proverbial gas. I'm a bit cold though. Let's see. Turn the heater on. Now, one thing I've been having with Hal, I'm going to get to Phi shortly, but I've had a problem with Hal having trouble with the sound of the heater. So let's try it out. Hal, turn heater off, please. Hal, turn heater off. I can never remember how that command's supposed to go. Hal. Oh, it's please turn heater off. Okay. Hal, please turn heater off.
Turning heater off.
Oh, that's cool. Hal, turn heater on. Hal, please turn heater on.
Turning heater on.
Okay, yeah. That's cool. Doesn't seem too distracted by the sound of the heater. So, that's fantastic. I need to go fix the other themes. So, that was Danny's theme. And if I go with that and copy that, and then I can replicate it. So, we've got Garcia's theme. Oh, hang on a minute. Let me just check something. So with Danny's theme, yeah. So I wonder if I can make can I make functions? Because that would be handy. So I don't know if I can. if I say mic off, but if I take that off, I think I can then use this as a command. We go other Windows, perform a window function, window title is OBS, okay, then key press, Control Shift M. So what I'm hoping is that then I can go to, say, Danny's theme and do this a little more easily. Other voice attack, execute another command, mic off. Oh. Okay, hang on. Let me delete that. That's playing the sound. Other voice attack, execute another command. Mic off. Okay. I need to move that up. I also need to create another one. Duplicate. This one is going to be, when I say mic, well, it's disabled for speech, but mic on is the same as, it's the same as this, but we need an N. And so having done that, mic off, mic on, I should be able to, it's like creating a function, right? So I should be able to do other voice attack, command, select from the list mic on, okay, okay, not quite, and then move it down. So turn off the mic, play the theme, turn on the mic. I'm going to test it on a different theme, otherwise you're going to hear that theme again. Right, delete, voice attack, execute a command, which is going to be mic off, okay, then there, other voice attack, execute a command, which is going to be mic on, okay, okay. Let's test it before I go through all of them. Apply. Hey, Garcia, perfect timing, because I have your theme. I've just been debugging integration bugs of the whole setup here with Hal. Hal has a new ear, as in he's tapped into the same microphone that you can hear now. He is, and he's working really well. Actually, I think it's solved the problems they've been having with it, but we'll see. So far, hasn't gone wrong. So, did think I asked for Danny's theme at one point? No, actually, it said something, and he said something and thought it was me asking for Danny's theme. But just literally did the new muting method. You missed the whole thing with, like, it muted the microphone, but it muted the microphone at the sound card level so that it also muted Hal's ears, so I couldn't tell Hal to turn off the theme when it accidentally started playing. So it's a bit of a pickle. Let's try out the new system now. So Hal, play Garcia theme. Yes, and so it also solves another problem, which is that if I want, I can turn the microphone on now, which I couldn't before. So I can then join in. So there we are. Nice, that worked. I've just got to go and fix the other ones now to use the new system. I suppose there's a way of sort of bundling them together, but anyway, here we go. Other voice command, mic off, okay, and then delete this one, and delete this one, and then here, other voice, execute another command, and start, continue program. Sorry, yeah, I just sort of stalled there for a minute. I was thinking of Battlestar Galactica. We're watching it again. It came across my mind for some reason. It's got very intense. It's the beginning, second episode of season 3. It's the one where Gaius Baltar is forced to sign an executive order for the execution of a bunch of people. It's pretty intense stuff. So what we have, mic off, mic on. That's it. Refly. It's amazing. Probably my 2 favourite no, 3 favourite sci-fis. 4. My 4 top sci-fis series, probably overall, have to be I don't know which how to put them in order, but Babylon 5, Battlestar Galactica, Deep Space Nine, and The Expanse. They all get pretty intense. Babylon 5 has some pretty dramatic, intense moments, and is quite clever in the way that it's done. But The Expanse is also, though they killed off one of the characters. Spoiler alert. Not saying which one. That just makes it more intense, really, doesn't it? That was a bit distressing. Ah, yes, Hummin is scheduled for release. So there is a remixed version, because the Hummin that's out wasn't a proper... It was basically a scratch track that was done, I think, in GarageBand. But we took the... I was looking at making that a full track, give it the full treatment, but I had this idea of doing B-sides. I've decided not to, because it's just dilutes things unnecessarily. So there ain't no B-sides anymore. I'll just release stuff. But it came out so nice that I don't think it really needs to a full treatment. It is what it is. So it was an improvised track. I mean, always some parts of it, they were layered. I did the drums on it, and I did those in layers because I'm not really a drummer. And then the bass. But then after that was put down, there's basically a piano and not a pianist. But for some reason, I was in the moment, and it also only needed to use the white keys, so that kind of helps for someone who's not a pianist. But I improvised this piano bit, and we just left that in. But he managed to make the piano sound a lot better. And so it's the same track. We didn't mess with any of the recordings, except a little bit of tasteful editing to give it a slight. There's a surprise in there which was fitting, but basically it's the same track, and a new video to go with it because of that edit. It wasn't going to line up with the previous video, so I made a new one, and that has some other clips in there. So that's coming out next week at midnight on Saturday next week, and I don't know if it'll be ready on Spotify by then, but it might be. But it'll definitely be out on YouTube. So let's see what we can do with this. Other voice attack, execute other command. How? Mic off. Mic off. And then delete that. And then delete that, and here other voice mic on. So, and then we need to do Zag's theme. Other voice attack, execute other command, bring on here, mic off. And delete that, and then delete that, and then add another command which is going to be mic on. Okay, so we should be all good. Just check them. Mic off, play the theme, mic on. 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 And mic off, play the theme, mic on. Okay. So, yep. And there will be one also released at the end of the month. I need to get that one lined up as well. I can't remember which one I was planning to do. Let's have a quick look. The one that we have at the end of the month. I need to go to I need to go to there, and this there, and what do we have? The next one, use the garden. Yes, on the 1st of April, which has our video ready as well. But that one could be a little bit epic, maybe, I don't know. Okay, so I think I've debugged HAL for a minute. And if HAL is beginning to work more reliably, that's great, because I can use it for things. Let's try it out. HAL, run Nugget window.
Running Nugget Windows Server.
HAL, run. HAL, run program. Okay, now I don't remember which commands I had for that. When I am working, HAL, la 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 la, HAL. I had start program. Oh, right, I need to duplicate this. Well, actually, I don't. What I need to do is just put in here. I think is this the syntax? I'm trying to remember. Restart or start program. Oh, it already... Okay, cancel. Well, where is it? It says it exists. How start program. Oh, right. How start continue program. That's true. It's up there. How start program. Okay, it's running. And the cube appeared. Well, that's pretty good, actually. That's pretty good. That little cube up in the viewer there appeared. Because I haven't looked at this since the last time I streamed development on Fi. So, cool. And where were we at? So, I'm able to make the cube. And it was working on adding the rule. And I don't know if it actually managed to add the rule. Assigned 10 to cube. Interesting. Why did it do it twice? Yeah, it definitely printed it twice, didn't it? Assigning argument cube, blah, blah. It's like it made the cube twice. All right, let's try it. I need to just see if it's making sense. How run program. How run program. Yep, that's pilot error. Start, continue, run program. How run program. Right, it cleared the viewer, and it's did not create the cube, which is fine. So on begin, make cube, passing in cube as a reference. Let's see what happens if I take out these two instructions here. How run program. Makes it look like it calls the function twice. That's interesting. It might be this one that makes it twice. Let's just comment that out. How run program. How run program. Oh, because it's already running. How stop program. How run program. Now if I just check on here, if I say to Hal restart program. Yeah, while I was looking at it, Hal did it. That's very Alright. yeah, that what I need to say, if it's already running, I can just ask it to restart, and it stops it and restarts it. Hal, restart program. Hal, restart program. Didn't understand me. So I can see there that it is doing it twice. Assigning argument 0 to item is a message that occurs when a function is called. I want to understand why it does it twice. Hal, restart program. And now it doesn't do it. Hal, stop program. Yeah. Let's. I'm going to just add something else in there as just an assignment. On begin a equal 1. How run program. Oh, I'm not calling the function. How restart program. Yeah, it's definitely. Well, it's funny. It didn't just call the function twice. It also assigned a twice. That is very strange. So it might be, I want to see then if it's a problem with function calls. So I'm going to just get rid of everything and just put one line in it, which is on begin a equal 99. How run program. How run program. How restart program. Be nice if it was clever enough to know that it was running. And look, even that just assigns 99 to A. So that was a good check, because otherwise I'd be running around trying to figure out if something was wrong with functions, but it's got nothing to do with functions. It should not assign 99 to A twice. So let's look in the virtual machine for assigned. So on assignment of an integer, we'll call this breakpoint how restart program. And there it is. How continue program when it hits it again. How stop program. Well, if it's the execution of the main context, you can look at execute here. How run program. Evaluate begin. So the assignment happens in the begin. How stop program. So if I go here, how run program. And so what we can do is go inside to push context, and then, well, after that we do okay, right, evaluate the begin. and we have a rule which is a begin rule, and we push it to eval rules. We're building a list of rules to execute. These are all the ones which happen, which are begin rules. There are 2, which if we look at the program is odd because there's only 1. Did it push the same rule twice? Yeah, you know what? I'll put the breakpoint there and try again. Hal, restart program. Oh, I'm loving the new Hal. Hal, continue program. So this one here. See, what I love about this, I have tried using voice to help with software development in the past, and it's always been a bit hit and miss. But you see, what's really good about being able to just use your voice to trigger this is that you hold your concentration. And this is, for me anyway, it might be that it isn't a problem for other programmers, but for me, holding my concentration while I'm operating the user interface, and the user interface is for things like debuggers, they're very distracting, and you have to take your eyes off the screen, because you know, even if you're a touch, maybe there are people who can operate a debugger by touch typing. Well, I can't, and part of it is also that you don't want to hit the wrong button. You absolutely, when you're debugging, hitting the wrong button can mean that you have to start again. And so that means I'm always looking down at the keyboard to see what I press, but my eyes have moved away from the code. And so being able to just keep looking at the code and just move it on, I think is really quite useful. But maybe this time I'll stick with it, because the problem is it's also a lot of baggage on top of everything, you know. It's like, but you know, I've got a nice stand here for my microphone and it doesn't move. It's always here now. I use this microphone for this purpose. I'm not using it for other things. It's always here. The setup is always here. It's always the same. This helps a lot. But let's have a look, because this first one that was names, allocator, none. I want the rule. So this is the rule. It's not easy to view the rule in the debugger because it's pointing to, if I look at the watch index, this has no watches, and that's correct because it's a begin rule. Where are the actions? So the action index is 0. Okay, right. So I need to go and look at what action 0 is, but we could just do a quick check to see if the second one that it adds also has a 0. If it does, then it does. So that means 2 rules have been added that have the same action. You tried debugging hacking PlayStation MIPS assembly? What is that? What? I don't know what you mean by MIPS. GB PlayStation. Can you explain what MIPS means in this context? Tell us your story. I have a little debugging stories. Was that the main processor? I don't remember what processor the PlayStation 1 used. That's a lick I have to practice for You're On Your Own. Yeah, I mean, it'll be an interesting project just to see if it's possible to completely hack the PlayStation. But there are emulators for the PlayStation now, aren't there? So that's another route, I suppose. That people have already sort of figured it out. I don't know, are there emulators for the PlayStation? I'd be surprised if there wasn't. So the problem I have is it seems to have added the same rule twice. So, because I get the current rules. So let's have a look at state. States. States. And this is the global context, which contains a set of rules. These are the rules, and there we can see two rules. And they're both begin rules, obviously. The names. Yes, 5. I don't know what it means when. Oh, the names is size 5. Well, I need to see where it got added. So maybe it's an error in parsing. You want to learn? Yeah. Do you want to do a quick workshop on ASM? Why don't you? You can throw up some of the code maybe. That'd be really great if there were collaborative tools available, but so people could collaborate on things like this. And maybe you could just sort of share something on a screen. I could put it up, we could see, we could work on it together for a moment. But the problem is that we're still in the 13th century. It's just the lag involved in monks writing things out by hand. It's just too long. But yeah, I'd love to see a bit of ASM. I suppose there's Discord. I've got a feeling that the problem here is that I'm getting the rule added twice, so now I just need to remind myself of how we can add a rule. New rule. Let's just try that and see what we get. New rule. Well, new rule was only executed once, because there was only one rule in this program, so that makes a bundle of sense. Hal, run program. And we can look down the old stackaroonie as we have on visit on begin, and we'll make sure that visit on begin is only called once. This is the parsing part. Hal, restart program. Blue. Hal, continue program. Hal, continue program. Hal, continue program. It's interesting, isn't it? It's like voice. It's very important to always talk with the same voice. Hal, continue program. It recognised it. Hal, continue program. Still recognised it. Hal, restart program. And that one it didn't, you see, inconsistent. Hal, restart program. There's only one on begin. Hal, continue program. Hal, continue program. Hal, continue program. Right, so that's interesting. It gets called twice because two times in the list, but it was parsed once. Hal, stop program. So, very happy with you, Hal. It's very much. Thank you very much, Hal. Thank you, Hal. I've forgotten the incantation for that one. Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Hal.
You're welcome, Dino.
So why am I getting two integers? There are two rules, but I added the rule only once. That's true. I added the rule once, or is only one. Hal, restart program. Hal, continue program. So I get to this new rule. Let's follow this through. Do. New rule. Add action. Add current rule. See, FIVM add is this function. Is how many times is this called? Let's go into that. So this is where we push a rule as a rule, and I do not mean a guideline. Hal, restart program. You need to look at the terms of your NDA. They may have had a time limit. Hal, continue program. Hal, continue program. Hal, continue program. Look, it does. There are two ads. So let's have a look at the stack trace on the second one, because it's obviously through a different path that got executed. Oh, and it is at the parsing stage. So the second time it hits add rule, was here. Visit on rule. Which should I do? I have no idea. Rule. I see. A rule. Well, the question is, which one what I want. Hal, restart program. Hal is working so well that I'm ready to start adding stuff. So let's have a new command. Wait, right, there we go. And the new command is we go and do a window function. Window is Microsoft Visual Studio. Can I put stars in there? I really need Microsoft. We try. Microsoft Visual Studio. Let's just confirm whether that works. Hal, toggle breakpoint. I need to check the documentation for voice attack. What I want to look for on this is there's no time limits. Voice e-tech. Oh gosh, 250 pages. Window. Functions. The value in the drop-down box can contain wildcards indicated by asterisks. And it's always very important in life to have very good asterisk management. People who know me know that I'm very into risk management. But one must never also forget asterisk management. So, shouldn't be afraid of risks. Should never be afraid of talking about risks. Very important to keep your eye on risks. And to do so is not to have a lack of faith. To do so is to try to avoid a reoccurrence of the Titanic situation. Did you know, on the Titanic, it shocked me when I found out, but not surprised me. It shocked me, but it didn't surprise me, that the Titanic left port with a fire. It had a coal bunker that was on fire. I mean, how crazy is that? And they're very difficult to put out, such fires, so they're virtually impossible to put out. But it had a coal fire. It was like they set sail what kind of risk management was that? I could imagine a discussion that went on there, saying, well, we really, it's a bit risky to sort of leave port with the ship basically on fire. Good responses to that are perhaps, yes, perhaps we should delay the departure. And had they delayed the departure, then probably it would have, for unrelated reasons, perhaps unrelated, would not have had the problems that it had. But could you imagine if somebody there, like in the responded with, well, I think you're a bit too concerned about risk. I mean, really, you need to have more faith in the team. And then the other thing, though, is that apparently, so the story goes, there was a warning that the ship was heading towards an iceberg, a bit of, it's like, I could just imagine some poor guy who was there trying to say to the captain, this really doesn't look right. And just getting the brush off. Happens a lot, that kind of thing. I have just lost a pick. In unrelated news, I have just lost a pick inside of my piano between two of the keys. That is really annoying. Because I think the only way that I'm going to get that out now, you see, insufficient risk management. And that's the result, is I've lost a pick inside my piano. I'll probably never get that back now. There we are, right there. I might have to go and take the... All right, never mind. It's not worth it. We'll move on. So at least this pick, I think, is too wide to go. Oh, I'm not going to check. See? Well, maybe I'll just see if this one... I'll just see if this one could fall between two of the keys of the piano. Because I just need to know. I need to know that information to make sure it doesn't happen again. And they end up putting it on there and it falls through. And they said, yep, that is definitely a risk. These going, and even this one is a risk even for this one. It's a bit thicker. It can still go through, as attested by the fact that now I've got two picks in there. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I've not met him yet. But thank you. I did see that message. So... Or maybe I don't... Well, actually, I met somebody from Bullfrog. But it was a few months ago. It could have been Alex, actually. I need to follow up on that. But meanwhile... It's really nice working with people. When you're working with people who are not afraid of talking about risk, it's a wonderful thing. Because then you can make sure that you've got your risks covered. Meanwhile, back to the present day, although that is the present day. Maybe what I was talking about before that bit was not the present day. We have we have to figure out this. What was I going to do? Toggle breakpoint, visual. Yeah, I was working on. See, it said that I can do a star on the window title. Maybe I need to do stars both sides. Is there a way to just test the command out? I suppose I can do it when press a key. I can test things out with a special key, can't I? That's true. How about I just press that key? Maybe control. With control. And then when I do that and then I apply, yeah, that does not work. How? Toggle breakpoint. That would be an interesting game. Save the Titanic. I wonder if someone's done that. You play, you're on the Titanic and you have to figure out how to stop it from sinking, but you come up against all kinds of the human condition in all kinds of ways that prevent you from your mission of preventing the Titanic from sinking. You know. Oh, that's actually quite interesting. Tell us a bit about the interview with Alex. I haven't seen it yet. When I press keys, toggle breakpoint. I can't get that to work. Wild cards, window title, Windows functions, voice attack. You can use wildcards for partial match. Well, that's what I'm trying to do, but it doesn't work. Why? 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 Delilah! What? Microsoft Store? Are you kidding me? I've got the Microsoft Store window open somewhere. Why would I want the Microsoft Store? Oh dear. See, look, fire debugging micro. All right, let's see if that works. How toggle breakpoint. How toggle breakpoint. Yeah, that's annoying. That it goes to it, but it kind of brings it out of maximize mode. Well, I'm going to keep looking at this for a minute because it's very useful to try restore, which I think will fix that. Let's test one thing at a time. How toggle breakpoint. Oh, that's so annoying. Be nice if there was a an instruction to just run the command to test it. Restore does not work. Show. How toggle breakpoint. How toggle breakpoint. Okay, that seemed to work because then I can do right. So the option that I want. Here we go. The option that we'll want is show, and then you know it's supposedly I can use wildcards. It says I can use wildcards. How toggle breakpoint. Okay, that worked. Cool. So, because, yeah, first of all, I have to switch to the actual window. Wow, this is slow. It's getting slower and slower. And it's slow. And there's more slowness. Oh, but I didn't need to do that. I need to add a thing, which is a key press, which is going to be F9. Okay. Okay. Apply. Done. How toggle breakpoint. How toggle breakpoint. I like. How toggle breakpoint. How continue program. How toggle breakpoint. How continue program. How continue program. So when is it supposed to? I just need to understand where it's supposed to add the rule. How restart program. Oh, don't tempt me. Haha. What a good idea. That would be something. Let's do a risk profile on that one. Oh yes. FIVM add current rule. Yes, so visit on begin. How continue program. How toggle breakpoint. How continue program. So if I visit an on rule, how restart program. How delete line. I don't have that yet. We'll see how far we can go to do it without having to sort of move one's hands. Yes. It's tempting. But I always end up getting too fancy. I'm going to delete that one. How restart program. Look how well HAL is working. It's fantastic. Oh no. Oh. Yes. We've arrived. You see, Microsoft only allow us to have a certain amount of fun. You're only allowed a certain amount of fun. When you exceed that amount of fun, it has to put a stop to it. It's putting a stop to it right now, as a task was cancelled. A task was cancelled. I want to know, why was a task, even cast, or cask cancelled? Why was a task cancelled? This, just what the frack is this? It keeps coming up and it's a real nuisance. It's like I'm just using Visual Studio to compile a small program. It's a command line Windows program. It's not very big. It's very small, in fact. In fact, maybe it's too small. I don't know. And here I am just using Visual Studio like this here on a small, doing nothing but editing code and hitting F7, and sometimes I'm debugging, but I've seen this problem even when I haven't been using the debugger. And then all of a sudden this piece of software by one of the biggest software companies in the world decides to just say a task was cancelled. Now here's the story behind what will happen here, is that if you were trying to find this answer, eventually you look on the internet, and believe me, I have done it, and you look on the internet and you start seeing how nobody really knows why a task gets cancelled. Nobody knows what but it is clear that people do suffer from this. And the biggest software company in the world, what are they doing about it? Now, don't tell me that I'm just unlucky, because this happens all the time. This kind of thing happens so often. It drives me utterly nuts. I cannot be the only person in the world who gets this, and it's really annoying, because the only fix I'm aware of is to restart Visual Studio. And so the moment you restart Visual Studio, because the software that we have, I mean, we are only in the 13th century at the moment as far as software development goes. When you close the application, Visual Studio, it doesn't bother to save the undo history, because, I mean, that would be just so hard to do, wouldn't it? It's so tough to save this. I mean, serialization is still something that's just a dream that's way off in the future somewhere. I mean, we could not possibly serialize the undo state. And it's important. It means that now I'm going to lose all of my undo information, which in practice is probably not that, but you know, but all the other information that doesn't get saved, like things I've been editing, although it looks like I haven't been editing anything here. They've all gone. It's funny. Or maybe there's, oh yeah, that little green dot will disappear. And it's funny because you go and you look it up. Should we try it? Let's just, for fun, we're going to do this one, all right? Because, I mean, you know, it is Saturday night. It is 11:20 on a Saturday night. I don't really drink much anymore. But this would be a good time to crack out a beer. No, it'll be a good time to crack out a whiskey. A whole bottle. I don't know. But the point is that it's a Saturday night at 11:20. It's as good a time as any for a mega rant. And I suppose I should do something in this stream. Like maybe we could have like a theme for mega rant. So but this is where we're going, because, you know, it's inevitable. I've got to increase the production value of this stream, because otherwise I'll be stuck with 2 viewers forever. If I put in a lot of effort, I might be able to arrive at 3 viewers, and you know, we've got to. That would be good. That would be that. You know, that would be. Let's see. That would be a whole 50% improvement, and people like that. They like numbers. It's always good when the word gets around that I have boosted my audience by 50%. People start taking me seriously. Yeah. No, I'm just ranting because I'm so... Look, let's try it. as I get older, I get grumpier and grumpier about software that doesn't work. Ooh. Sorry. A task was cancelled. Let's try this out. You know, in fact, this is so crazy that, you know, maybe I need to write a song about it. A task was cancelled. No. Look, I'm the only person who's ever had this. I mean, clearly, nobody else has had it. A task was cancelled, Visual Studio. A task was cancelled in C# too. A task was cancelled, Visual Studio 2019. A task was cancelled, UiPath Robot. A task was cancelled, UiPath. UiPath Orchestrator. N Printing, MS Core Lib, and Dapper. It's party time. Hello, Mark. You come at the perfect moment. If you like my rants, I'm in a real ranting mood at the moment, because a good rant at the weekend, it's great. Am I causing trouble? Of course I am. As I like to joke, I made a career out of getting into trouble for doing the right thing. You know, I said that to somebody once. I got into trouble. Oh yes, but it's all fun and games. I think we take things too seriously, frankly. Except this thing here. This is not taken seriously enough. A task was cancelled. Yes. Let's go. Let's go and explore this. You can see it here. A task. Look, I'll show you what I have. Hal, restart program. Hal, restart program. A task was cancelled. Not just once, but twice. There were two tasks were cancelled. It's like I'm not doing anything right now. Ooh, look, there's the spinny circle. The spinny circle of indecision. The spinny circle of unhandled risk. Yes. Okay, look. It's all an act, by the way, right? It's what we do. I mean, you know, I think I'm pretty tame compared with some streamers out there, and they have an audience. This could be part of cancel culture. Task was what did it do? And how do you spell cancelled anyway? Hang on. I mean, you know, it's like is it double L? Cancelled or cancelled? Which is it? Both spellings are correct. That sounds like the story of the how many Microsoft engineers does it take to change a light bulb? The answer is none. They just make the broken light bulb a new standard. Cancel can be spelled either way. Americans favour cancelled with one L. So basically the correct spelling is with two L's, according to the people who invented the language. But never mind. A task was cancelled. Let's see. But the first one we have, Stack Overflow. It works fine. What works fine? Oh right, someone non-English speaker. Okay, this is something else. Task. How to eliminate a task was cancelled while using Visual Studio. Right. I have a thread which will call a function, and the function will call Web API. I'm getting a task was cancelled. Oh, while using HTTP client. Oh dear. A task was handled. I need to get more. A task was cancelled. Visual Studio 2019. A task was cancelled. All projects. Visual Studio. Oh, feedback. Oh, this is where we just provide messages, you know. Yes, feedback. That's what we call it. I have just updated Visual Studio. Look, this is August 2018. This was reported. English has been cancelled. That's very true. Look, we'll continue with this in a minute, but there's more pressing matter because Mark is here. Hal, play Mark's theme. That's Mark's theme, and if you want a theme of your own, as if there is anybody else watching at the moment. I never look at how many people are here, so if you don't say hi, then I don't know you're watching. But if you happen to want, I mean, you're supposed to go on as though there's an audience at all times, aren't you? I'm told. I've been told this, so it's like, yeah. So if you want your own theme, all you need to do is keep coming. And eventually you get your own theme. Amazing. So Mark has his own theme. Garcia has his own theme. No sign of Zag at the moment. But he also has a theme. Oh, this is funny. Developer community, your open channel to Microsoft engineering teams. A task was cancelled, all projects. August 15th, 2018, closed as a duplicate. With 26 messages. It's a duplicate. Maybe by now, I mean, this was a few years ago. By now, it must be a triplicate. Thank you for your feedback. We're so sorry to hear about the issue you are having. Refer to the error message. Okay, I will. A task was cancelled. I referred to it. Okay. Please close Visual Studio. Oh, dear. 2017. I'm in 2019. So it looks like a task is still getting cancelled even in the next revision of Visual Studio. And change the time zone on computer. Then reopen Visual Studio 2017 and check it again. If you meet any error or warning message during the Visual Studio 2017 install or repair progress, please help to collect the log files. You are able to get the files with the following steps. Well, that's called a bit weird. So the poor guy over here then said, "Thank you for your reply." I mean, this is just like textbook. This is a trope. Thank you for your reply. I actually did try a complete uninstall, reinstalled. Also tried a trial version of Enterprise. Got exactly the same issue. I have attached the log files. Very frustrating. I can't clean projects either. Nothing seems to work. Thanks. Question comes back. Does the reinstall is successful or not? Or your base belong to us? Have you tried the time zone? If not, please try the following steps below and change the time zone. But okay. No, it didn't work. My time zone has not changed. It is the same. But I have tried that. I have changed from UK to EOS and back. I changed to a random time zone, opened Visual Studio. No luck again. Changed it back, same issue. Thank you for your feedback. This issue has been escalated for further investigation. Okay, I have reinstalled 15.8.4 and now I still get the error. So from the developer console, I get the error MS build engine version. There's a whole screen of text. They don't show any setup problems. That's because I don't think he had a setup problem. Did you set any environment variables and so? I have the same. Try to rebuild. Try to build or clean a project. I know it will go away if I restart the project. It's interesting. I build most upgraded versions of immutable. Blah 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 blah. Thanks. I suspected this issue because I put MS build and remove it for some reason. Seems to have worked actually. I ran the 2 commands and it didn't work. I had to run the rest from the link post and everything seemed to start working again. I'm not sure it's exactly the same. I'm not actually sure it's the same issue, because this seemed to be. I know that this will get fixed when I restart it. Oh, wait a minute. Visual Studio 2013. A task was cancelled. The Stack Overflow. Yes, this is 8 years ago now. Closing and reopening Visual Studio worked for me. After I changed the time zone, I was getting the same errors as you. I did not change the time zone. Let me check my time zone, shall I? Let's do that. Let's go and check the time zone. Where do I check? Time zone. Let's go type in here, time zone. Change the time zone. I'm not going to. My time zone is fine. Actually, what's funny is I could just try changing the time zone to, I don't know, the Azores. Sounds like a plan. And then I just hit F7 and see the task is still cancelled. It's one of those things that's absolutely amazing error message. I mean, you know, especially when there is a little bit of a hint that sometimes there's a problem with a task is cancelled, whatever it means. It's a really good strategy. Risk. Yeah, you could be right. It could be a risk management strategy to just sort of provide some kind of error message that is maybe a little bit more informative. Okay, I don't think that's the one. Let's go on. Visual Studio error. A task was cancelled 2015. A task was cancelled from 2013. Let's try. Well, it said 2019. That's what I'm looking for. Hang on. Some later ones. Visual Studio gives you the error a task was handled for no reason. That's right, it does. Look, it did for me. It's right here. No, I didn't do anything strange. Let's have a look. From time to time, this sounds like my problem. From time to time, I get the error a task was cancelled for no reason out of the blue and the system won't build. Apparently this has been a problem since at least 2015. I would think you would have fixed this. Oh, that's definitely a little finger wagging going on there, right? Absolutely. And totally justified. I will join in with the little finger wag. Yes, I solved it by rebooting my system. I really hope I don't have to reboot my system. I mean, that's a real inconvenience when you're streaming or doing other things. Although, you know, Bill Gates is famous for having said the only thing that people would need multitasking for is printing in the background. I guess he didn't sort of think that people might at some point be doing things like streaming video while running a compiler at the same time, playing music. And he didn't even, yeah, I mean, it's like playing music in the background. But I digress. I think this is not a user problem. If there is some information I can provide, let me know. All right. We have directed your feedback to the appropriate engineering team for further evaluation. The team will review the feedback and notify you about the next steps. Thanks for your feedback. Unfortunately, the information you provided is not enough to allow us to diagnose the issue. So this is also basically saying that they, in all their testing and all their use of their own product, presumably they use their own product, they've never seen it happen. To investigate the problem further, could you, and it's interesting because we've seen that this has been popping up for people in different forms since 2013. Could you please provide the following information to us? What kind of project you created? Yeah, it's just C++ project and a small one, console application. Does this happen on all types of projects or the specific one? Yeah, it happens on all projects. Provide a sample solution that exhibits this behavior. No, it's because it just happens at random. So no doubt they could be sent a project and say this sometimes does it, and their engineers are not going to be sitting there all day until eventually it does it. So it's intermittent fault. So it's yeah. Can you attach a video of the issue to describe it? That I am. It's in my stream right now. I know it's a pity because I'm not talking to this person, but it is something to bear in mind, right? That we will close this report in 14 days because we do not have enough information to investigate further. Certainly good that they were digging. I have the same problem, says someone else. It looks quite random. Building a C++ project with a Qt. Visual Studio Tools version 252. It's got nothing to do with that. It's only happened with one solution, a new C++ Qt application. Not much code, nothing special. It's one I build most, so probably nothing to do with it. If I can provide more log information, thanks. Thanks for creating this issue. We figured it's covering the same as the other one we already have. Thus, we close this one as a duplicate. We've transferred all the votes from this ticket to the other one. Okay, cool. How many votes has it got? That seemed actually reasonable. Where is the duplicate? Where is... Oh, all right, this might be a clue. I solved this. Quit Visual Studio. Right, I'm trying to avoid that. Use Task Manager to end task on the remaining MS build exe zombies. Ooh, they might have a workaround. I will check that out. But in the meantime, I mean, I could just restart Visual Studio, but I feel like I really need to be a bit of a, about it, because it's really irritating. Where is the duplicate? It was closed as a duplicate. Do you provide us a link with the duplicate? Where is it? Is it? Where's the duplicate? Where is the beef? Where? No. You can't give us the link. They clearly can't give us the link to the other one. Oh, wait a minute. Other one. Okay, let's try that. Let's go to the another one. It's funny because they said we don't have enough information, and then they said it was a duplicate. Unfortunately, the information, yeah. Many con host and MS build processes running. This seems to happen when Visual Studio is left running for 10 to 15 minutes with no user activity. Here's the log output. After this happens, with all outputs set to diagnostic level. Sorry for the trouble, but we cannot say much without being able to repro the problem or you helping us with additional info. Can you share with us the SLN? It makes no difference. It's got nothing to do with the SON and the SU. It's got nothing to do with it. It's basically a systemic problem. Task cancel, build, start another instance. As administrator, make the debugger break on all CLR exceptions. There's some stuff possibly for never actually breaks. Thanks you for thanks for creating this issue. We figured it's covering the same as another one we already have. Thus, we close this one as a duplicate. We transferred all the votes from this ticket to the other one. Oh, okay, so this is... Okay. Let's see what the other one was. Okay, it's not... I was thinking, you know what I was thinking? I was thinking it was going to take us back to the first one. Solution with two moderately large, trying same result, and it was like tentatively closing as fixed. Okay. Yeah, right. Sorry, unfortunately, the information you've provided. Deleting the SUO file inside VS folder seems to resolve the problem, but the problem is it also means you lose all your settings. We totally agree that the error should be better, but this is something quite unexpected. Happened most likely before the build actually started. Well, why not just make the error better? When the problem happens, is it sticky or at its random? Following suggestion, I deleted all the SUO files, and so far after 1 day's work the error has not reappeared. When I was getting the error, it was sticky. Once it happened, it would keep happening until I closed and restarted Visual Studio. If the problem comes back, I try doing as you suggest. I spoke too soon. The problem is back. But now it's back. Seemed to work, but now it's back. Right. You can delete one more time. And it happens in C++ projects, perhaps. One extra point to note, my solution is 3 projects, but I've only got 1. This is what I get from the Visual Studio debugger. I don't see it. Trying to post a screenshot, but it was discarded. Oh, yeah, great. Do you by chance have generated thank you all. Similar feedback. A task was cancelled. Notice twice. It's exactly the same problem. You get it twice. Fails with error repeatedly. Restart Visual Studio. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry for the trouble, but we cannot say much without being able to reproduce the problem. Yeah, I mean, all I needed to do to reproduce the problem was use it. Use the flipping thing, and it just happened. La la la. Could be something with my machine, hello, Dino. I suppose. Yeah, hello. I had this again today. Followed the instructions for debugging, but the debugger does not break any exceptions. Yeah, well, we knew that already. You saying you do not see the exception, the bug, right? Normally, a lot of various exceptions. No exceptions caught. Just noticed this. Task was cancelled. A task was cancelled is a CLR exception. If you don't see CLR exceptions when debugging Visual Studio, the debugger options are not right. Build was cancelled. Failed to successfully blah blah blah. The request was aborted. The request cache only policy does not allow network requests. Yes, it's a network request. It's right. It's as I suspected this. It's a network error because every time you hit, you try to do something, it sends a packet off to Microsoft. It's probably got the module that is handling telemetry transmission is using Windows sockets, and it's probably it run out of handles. I wouldn't be surprised if it's WinSock running out of handles because someone's not closing a handle. It feels like it's a network problem. A task was cancelled. Cannot. Right, so MS Build cannot connect to child process error. Ah, they've got the dump. No, they haven't fixed it though. One more question. It's currently being investigated as of 10th of September. Can you set the environment variable msdebug.com to 1? Yeah, that was cheeky. Oh, I just lost it. Where was it? I'm seeing the same issue. Suggestion for Microsoft. If you are unable to reproduce the issue, why not look at the source code for Visual Studio and find out where a task was cancelled is emitted. Maybe this will provide a clue. If not, then change a task was cancelled to something more informative, like task blah 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 was cancelled because blah blah blah. Just an idea. Sometimes I have the same issue using Visual Studio Community version when I try to build. I can confirm this bug on Windows 7. Why does local C++ build? Exactly the question that we want to know. Why does a local C++ build require things like SL stream, socket, web exceptions? The whole thing smacks of an architecture that has gotten too large to comprehend and manage. Thanks for the com traces. It looks like the file version hash from deveng.exe is wrong somehow. Can we have a second person upload com traces as well to see if their file version... So they are trying to fix it in their credit, for their credit, or to their credit. It does look like they're actually looking at it and interacting with the people who've had this. This is back in September 2020 though, so it's like 6 months ago. Additionally, alright, from the first, we suspect that MS Build is being loaded in 2 different versions in devenv.exe, and the mbuild exe workers that it launches. It seems that the worker nodes are being loaded properly, but the entry point node may not be. It would be helpful if we could see first whether everyone's loading from a specific spot. And if so, why? And the second, where that spot is. It's especially confusing to us that Visual Studio could work a few times before failing, since the worker nodes and entry point nodes should all be reused from one build to the next, meaning that they would either fail to connect the first time or connect successfully forever, unless you run out of file handles, which on the Microsoft architectures have usually had a hard limit on them. And that actually could be part of the problem, that it's actually to do also with how many file handles are open at the same time. That does give me an idea of a few things to try. I can confirm for my massive project, deleting the SUO files, exiting and re-entering Visual Studio 2019 worked for me. But this again, it's probably file handles left open. Because when you close Visual Studio, it's going to free up all the file handles. Folks, we've changed this in MS Build 16.8 and we believe the problem we're observing will not occur there. Visual Studio 16.8 preview. Why have we gone back to 16? Still occurs. Still occurs. Workaround. Clone MS Build. Pull the change in here. Build. Administer power. Alright. When it prompts for location, make sure Visual Studio is closed. We found out from com traces that one of the APIs we used would sometimes erroneously return an empty string instead of a version. That was then cached. If it happens, it lasts as long as that process, hence the problem often being fixed by closing and reopening Visual Studio. Or we happen to switch to using a different API for 16.8. Hence we think the problem is solved here. This is October. Yeah, I agree. Visual Studio 6 was a good version. Great theories. I wonder if it was returning an empty string because of running out of file handles. Yeah, it happened today in October 20th. Same problem, same problem. Apparently it's fixed in 16.8. What version of Visual Studio am I using? About Microsoft Visual Studio 16.75. So it might be I just need to update. So it said was fixed. Ah. Just a different API in 16.8. Okay. So I think I need to update my Visual Studio. Funny thing is that I installed this one not that long ago. 16.75, 16.8. And they closed it. But somebody said I'm still getting this at 16.79. All right. So let me check something. I mean, you know, because now there's a decision. It's like you research it and then you have to make a decision. It's like, it's unreal. Unreal. Why is Unreal running? Oh, no, that's the viewer. Yes, of course. You have to decide whether or not you really want to upgrade it. And Visual Studio 32-bit? Seriously? Let's have a look at... Is there an MS build? All right. So, what is the latest? Check for updates. But to their credit, they were actually looking to try and fix it. $16.9. I know it's 16.75. Okay. Now, what will it break? We'll try it. Actually, I'm going to shut down Visual Studio first. And then we'll try it. Visual Studio. Yeah, so now it builds, but I'm going to update Visual Studio. Check for updates. It doesn't say that it's in beta or anything. I suppose I installed Visual Studio on this when I got this computer, would have been about the same time, so I suppose. Update. Oh, it might require me to restart the computer. Before we get started, need to close MS Build. Really? So let me try something. If I close down this and I say retry, okay, it wasn't hanging around from the. I was looking for a stray MS Build process. Boo boo doo, boo doo doo. The problem is that I'm expecting it to still go wrong. But you never know. Could be fine this time. While this is installing, let's have a video. What can I find on my channel? I could play the latest single, but I don't want to overdo it, right? Here's Humming Remix in the pipeline. Well, actually, we haven't had I Only Want to Sing the Blues for a bit, so let's do that one. I'll be back after this message from our sponsors. Me.
And I don't mind if you've heard these words before. And I don't care if this song ain't nothing new. And I don't care to break my heart trying for fame. I only want to sing the blues. And I don't mind if the rhythm ain't too strong. And I don't care if it goes on far too long. And I don't mind if you all turn your heads away in shame. I only want to sing the blues. I only want to sing the blues. Only want to sing the blues. I only want to sing. I only want to sing. Only want to sing the blues. And I don't mind if you don't want to stay with me tonight. And I don't care if it's wrong or if it's right. Just do anything that you've got to do. I only want to sing the blues. I only want to sing the blues. Only want to sing the blues. I only want to sing. I only want to sing. I only want to sing the blues. I only want to sing the blues. No, no.
Yeah? Really? Man, I can't do this anymore. You know they're watching me. Look, I know, all we want to do is play music. But man, I mean, no, I'm out, I can't. What? Oh, come on, stop messing with me. No, I don't believe you. Oh man. Okay. Yeah. 1:30 tomorrow. Got ya.
Please hang up. Please hang up. Please hang up.
So the installation has finished. Finito. Doesn't look like it wants me to reboot, so that's good, and we'll see if the thing still works. A crowdsource video, how will we do that? I mean, I'll really be into that, but how do we get people involved? I don't have a great track record in getting people involved. I just don't. So I'm not a marketing man. I'm not a master of popularity. You need people who want to do it. I mean, I'd be okay. I'd be more than willing to put work in. People who are interested in doing that in some way. So I don't know how convenient. I suppose one way is to put I've got an idea. The way that I make, obviously that particular video was not done using stock footage. That was there was no stock footage in that one. But I'd like to try it the other way around. Is like to put the song out and then invite, but I don't want to do this if then I can get, I get a 30-second clip from like one person, and I don't want to do that because that just annoy me. I it'd be disappointing. So that's the only thing. But if there were a lot of people sending clips in, what I could do is put a song up and invite people to send the clips in, and if there reaches a certain amount or number of clips, there'll be enough to make the video with. Because the way I do the concept videos with stock footage is I basically go through all of the footage I use story blocks, and I just look for footage that I think I can use. It sometimes takes a lot of searching, and I usually start that journey with no idea on how the video will actually turn out. It's a leap of faith, and I go and I pick stuff and then start. It's what I find in the way that they can sort of mesh together. But that could be done with clips from people. May not be possible to do the whole video. That might have to be combined with stock footage. But the principle there would be, here you get the song, people hear the song, and then they send the clips that they think connect with the song in some way, and then I edit them back to the song, you know, because I don't do it that way. I don't do those videos. And even I Only Want to Sing the Blues was the original video concept I had is still strongly connected with the video, but it's not the same, you know. But what I'm still working on that as a kind of artistic activity in its own right. I see it as a kind of form of poetry. It's a kind of visual poem to connect different bits together. So for example, in God and the River, which was probably my first attempt at doing this, to be honest, and I edited it on my iPad, and then I thought, well, it's time for me to do the proper one, but it just wasn't coming. I didn't like it as much as the original one that I did, so that one's actually the original. Oh, I guess I had done some experiments before that, but I mean fundamentally it's the first proper one. And yeah, I forgot the point I was going to make with that. But oh yeah, so what would happen is that one I started off on God and the River with a river, following the lyrics of the song, because you've got to have something to sort of guide you. So I was walking along right by a stream, so I search for walking along a stream, and so then I find that one of a guy walking, and he looks a bit like me, which is just a coincidence, you know. I felt like a 2-year-old urchin, and it was like I wanted to get a kind of a view of like being a child, sort of looking at the wonder of the world, you know. That was pretty difficult, but it starts to build up like that. Then at a certain point there was I could, yeah, what's that? The word eternity. I could not see the sky nor eternity. And so when there's the eternity and there's a kind of a religious theme of this, I found the one with the doves, the seagulls, black seagulls on a white background. And that was like, and it flew past this eternity, and there's like one of the seagulls sort of does this movement, and it sort of reminded me of that whole thing of doves, although they're not doves, but you know, the symbolism of doves kind of reminded me of that. So I put that in, you know, and then there's a bit where it was a really nice clip. It's different part of the same clip. The bird goes like this, and then dives. It comes up like that, and it goes down. Okay, so I thought that's nice. I'm going to have that. And then it was like, well, what do I follow that with? I'm going around looking, and suddenly I came across a guy who lifts up an umbrella. And so it was like, well, I'll put that one after it, because it looks like the bird is coming down, and so then he's lifting up his umbrella upwards, And so it becomes like a language. There's no, it's a connection between they don't mean, I don't even know what they mean. It doesn't necessarily, I've got some idea of maybe why I picked it, but in the end, it's if the thing's coming down, it goes up. You know, then it cuts to the person who's standing. It's another shot. It's and this is all for stock footage. Another guy who's standing with a silhouette against the skies. It looks like this character that's sort of looking down. Well, that character comes back later when the nuclear war breaks out, and lifts his sort of hood, and so there you've got the one. It's as if that is going to protect anybody from a nuclear blast, but it might if you're God. So, but you see, it's that kind of play of connecting ideas, which, you know, good poems do that through use of ambiguity and, you know, reading stuff that you can infer between the lines. Most of my songs used to be more like that. I had I still sing some of them where the lyrics are not. It's not really clear what the song is about. But there's a bit of a play on words, or twisting the words, or the word, you know, or having a thing where you say something and it tends to suggest one meaning, and then it hits a certain word, but the words that follow it mean that there's another potential meaning. It pivots around a word, and it can be really nice if that pivot is like 180 degrees. So it's like you can reverse the meaning or the sense of what's being said. So it's saying this, and then it just flips the other way, right? It's kind of like a flow of thought. And it's the flow that is more important than the actual words. What the actual core message is doesn't matter. What matters is the flow. And I think you can do the same with video. But that's basically what the experiments are. But I've done a few of these now, but which haven't come out yet. So I did that with The Garden, which is a more recent song, and that ended up pulling a whole bunch of things together in a kind of a strange way. Then again, I don't know what the Garden is about. I mean, I can extract a meaning from it if I look at it in a certain way, and I know kind of what I was feeling when I wrote it. And so it's not that it has a meaning, it more like has a place. I don't know if that makes any sense. Yeah, but that's something else that I found, you know, very interesting, is that it doesn't matter about things. Everybody makes videos attempting to follow a certain set of rules, you know, about like consistency and match the colors, match the resolutions, match the whatever. But there's another approach, which is that you just have the scraps there and you pull what you think can work and not give a damn about those rules. So, and then you get an interesting effect. There's in The Garden, there's a part where I needed something that evoked like the sky and clouds, but maybe in a little bit of an abstract way. and I'm going through the footage that's there, and I couldn't find anything really that was quite right, that worked with what I'd had so far. And then I found this one which looks like it was computer generated. The quality of the image is not great. It's not high resolution, right? But on the other hand, it's a bunch of clouds, so does it really matter? And I quite like the colour of it, and that worked, I thought. So I just went with it. And then I had it cut from that to a shot, which was quite a nice one, of someone's had a drone flying through a very pretty, extremely high resolution garden with lots of high frequency detail in there, lots of little tiny leaves and branches and so on. When you look at that, it's very crisp. So I go from that woolly cloud, it goes black for a moment. It's actually the intro, I think. It just goes from that to completely black for a moment, and then it comes in with the shot of this very, as I say, this extremely high resolution garden. Now what happens is that is breaking a rule, in that you wouldn't mix the two. And there are people who look at that and they go, well, but I like it. You know why I like it? Because when you are looking at the clouds, which are woolly in that way, and it cuts to black, at that point you're still holding in your mind what you've just seen, right? This kind of low resolution thing, or say sort of fluffy thing, not high frequency detail. The moment that then it just snaps straight in to the shot in the high resolution stuff, that contrast, I really love the effect of it. And it's like that, it just makes it, because of the contrast, it just makes it feel even higher resolution. And I suspect that if, on the other hand, I started the video with that, and then it would be like, well, okay, all that's pretty. But now, because of the contrast, it kind of smacks you in the face. And so that's why I left it. Because I was going, well, originally I was actually thinking that clip, I might need to find a better one. But then I said, no, leave it. You get my point. I think we lose a trick when we try to sort of dot the I's and cross the T's all the time. Which is something you should do in software development. But I don't, in artistic endeavours, I'm not sure that you should try and nail absolutely everything down. But that's involving philosophy. This is different. They've changed the way that thing, or it's like drilling into my eyeball, that red dot there. But that's the philosophy the artistic philosophy that I'm following in everything, including the music. Is to not go into it with any expectations of where it will lead. I have no idea when we start recording a song. And sort of it confuses Simon a little bit, I think, sometimes, because it's like, no, it's nothing to do with me. He says, sometimes he says, it depends what you want. I said, it's not what I want, it's what the song wants. I don't want anything. A part of me just wants to be done with it all, in the sense of it's a job, it's sort of like I've said this before. And yeah, I get pleasure from doing the music, don't get me wrong, but I treat it like a job. It's something in the sense of it's something I have to do. and I have to get on with it, and I just have to do it, and not to try to control it or the process. And you have to sometimes rely on synchronicity. For example, on the video for I Only Want to Sing the Blues, there was a real problem with the last shot, the last segment of it, because we were running out of time. It was getting dark. It needed a shot for it to make sense. It needed something like that. It needed to be outside, not inside, outside, find the musical instrument that had been hidden away somewhere and just play it. There's a sense of, you know, being free again, and not giving up on the music thing. And we almost didn't make it. In fact, the particular location that we originally had, we didn't have time for. A guy called Dennis, who I met at a film class, funnily enough. He's the guy with the camera. He found this place, location, and there was this thing that looked like a huge tree, but when we got there it was more like a bush, and it was like, what? And so there we all are, and it's like, and time is running out. I mean, but he found a spot. To his credit, he found a spot, and literally that shot, you can see that the sun was just going down behind the thing. That was it. I think it was basically 2 takes of that clip was all that we got, to try and catch it just before the sun went down, and it came together. I remember going around going, oh my god, what's this going to happen? How's this going to happen? What are we going to do now? Oh, flipping heck. But it worked out. And that synchronicity, it's a funny old game. But yeah, the creative process is something you've got to have faith in, and faith means that you don't so back to risk, right? And making video games, this is an issue, because there's 2 kinds of aspects to making a video game. There's the hard engineering, and there's the other stuff, the fun, the more than the fun, the identity of the game, its character, its what it does to people when they play it. And when you've got a classic game, it does more. It's more than just a game. The classic games evoke a really strong feeling. They have a life, is the best way that I can describe it. We're not equipped with the right words. I don't mean it's living, but it evokes the same thing as a living thing. It's like you meet a person, for example, who its character is bowls you over, and I don't mean in the sort of, in a kind of, it's not necessarily, I mean, it can happen in a kind of sexual love sense, you know. You fall in love with someone, but you can also just meet somebody who strikes you in a certain way, has a very strong kind of, we don't have the language for it, evokes something, has a kind of frequency, I don't know. So it's really telling that we don't have the language for it. Like, for example, if I go to a city that I've never been to before, and the moment that you sort of leave the train or leave the station, you step out into the city, you can feel the city's energy. It's like a chord. That's probably the best way that I can describe it, just in the same way as certain musical chords evoke certain feelings, and in the end a chord is just a bunch of frequencies. You can meet people who do the same thing. They just emanate a certain chord, and it's like when you hear that, you know it's them. The cities do that. when you hear it, you know that every city has a different chord, a different sound. Glasgow's different to London. Brighton is different to Bristol. There's a similarity though between Brighton and Bristol. You hear people say that, but then it's not something you can basically quantify. You know? And that side of it, you've got to have faith in. And it's not about risk management then. It's about listening to the thing you are making. You know, it's not even judging it. It's just experiencing. Experience the thing you are making and let it lead you to the next change that you want to make. Well, really that it wants to make is a healthier way of looking at it. And that is all a leap of faith. But then on the technical side is a completely different thing. You can't do a leap of faith on the technical side. If you do, it's as bad an idea as taking a leap of faith on the mechanical construction of a bridge or a skyscraper. You can't do that part in that way. And what makes video game development so tough is that you've got these two complete opposites that have to be made to work together. And that can be really tough. It's tough for people to understand, to grasp. It's tough for even people who are good at balancing the two sides. It's probably the most mentally tough thing that I know. It's on the one hand hold the mind of the engineer, and in the other at the same time the mind of the artist. The artist that to be successful has to do everything on faith. It doesn't matter how much you measure the thing, and you do play tests, and you compare your design with other designs. All that's nonsense on a certain level. I mean, there's a certain validity to it, but ultimately if you want that X factor, you don't find the X factor there. You find the X factor through faith. Through the leap of faith. You know, it was all great games they have like that. They had a certain element of a leap of faith. Or great TV shows, TV series, same thing. You know, it's like Star Trek. There was certainly a leap of faith involved there, and nobody could have known that it was going to be the phenomenon that it was going to be. But in the end, there was a combination of that faith plus a listening to the thing you're making. Asking the question, what does it want? That's the secret. But you have to have that, because if you don't have that and you don't have the faith, then you'll end up with just something that, you know, makes sense, but it doesn't, you know, make a fantastic game. But then on the other hand, is you know, the engineer is concerned with, will it float? You know, or will it sink? Like, can we build it? If we build it, will it stay together? Will it break? It looks good now, but when we add more stuff, will it be able to hold the stuff? Will the added complexity be manageable? And so Cyberpunk 2077 is like a great example, I think, of a game that in the end got choked by the realities of engineering. It's a very common problem. The vision was a grand vision, but in part it's not faith if you have the vision up front. And if you also don't dot the I's and cross the T's of the engineering, you can end up in a situation where the thing just doesn't float, and that's unfortunately, you know, what happened on the consoles. So it's quite interesting, I think, anyway. Yeah, that's a difficult one. You know, that feeling is projection. Is it? I've wondered that. But no, it isn't. It's not projection. I'll tell you why I believe it's not projection. Because songs don't change. So, for example, there's a song called I'm trying to remember, called Go Easy on John Martin's album Bless the Weather, and it has it starts with this lovely chord that sounds like a minor 9. I love minor 9 chords. They have a they're very strong flavour to them, let's put it that way. But it's intense, but it's actually quite beautiful, a beautiful intensity to minor 9s. But it's also got this, it's played on our guitar, there may be more than one guitar, but which has a tremolo on it. And so then you've got this kind of tremolo minor 9 chord. And the first time I heard that song, I felt it has a certain feeling. This thing I'm talking about. And it still has it now. So here's the point. Where did that come from? You should say, if it's projection, then I'm hearing something that was within me. But it didn't feel that way. It felt like I'm meeting something for the first time. Just in the same way as you meet a friend, you meet a person. Same thing. And we change. People change. But I've had this connection with songs. They don't change. The start of... sometimes you can lose touch with it a little, or it fades a bit. But the start of the... I think it's 15, I can never remember the number, 59th Street Bridge song, Feeling Groovy, Simon Garfunkel. And it's got the guitar that comes in. I got into Paul Simon and Garfunkel because of that song. Because I was minding my own business. With a radio. I had a radio. This was about in my 12 or 13. It's possible the radio was actually a valve radio that I'd sort of obtained from somewhere. I think it was that one. A sort of semi-portable valve radio. And I'm listening to some radio station, just a normal radio station, and that song came on. And the moment it came on, I was just hit with this. It just smacked me in the face with that evocation. And yeah, it's still there. I can't. You know, it's the same thing that they would have heard, I believe, when they made their recording. It's communication. It's like to think that I'm not hearing the same thing that they heard when they made it is irrational. Because I think music, for whatever reason, is a universal thing, and it's a language that is very. It's like mathematics. I mean, lots of people think that mathematics is absolute, and there is you can argue that that's actually irrational for for various philosophical reasons. But if we can accept that mathematics is absolute, why can't we not accept that music is absolute? In fact, I kind of think that music is more absolute than mathematics sometimes, because of the way it makes you feel. Another one is a song. I don't know who wrote. Was it Genesis? Do 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 do. I only just met about a week ago. It doesn't matter to my heart. I know that I love her. I'm hoping that I never. Now I'm not sure who that was, to be honest. But that song was another one that when I heard that was it was like, wow, that's not just a song. There's something really special going on in there. Those, and then there are lots of songs which are, well, they all have it, but some of them seem to really have strong ones. It's like, I'm not sure. So yeah, I'm not really sure. It's the goosebumps. That's right. Some songs give you goosebumps. What is the goosebump? Yeah, you can. That's a good point, Mark. I mean, you can have there's a kind of a basis of it, and it's also true that's true of everything. There's a fun foundation, but there's also a certain magic, and I mean that in the sense of, if people don't like that, we have to be careful these days, because when you start saying things like that, then people go, this person is not being rational. But you can think of it like this, that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. So as Arthur C. Clarke once said, right? So the point here is we do not understand the mechanism of goosebumps. So it's perfectly fine to consider it as equivalent to an advanced technology, in the sense that it's something beyond our understanding. But that's the thing. You think it's nostalgia. That's the intellect coming along and saying, "Oh, it's not magic. It's just a memory. It's just nostalgia." But then you listen to a single note. I was driving sometime somewhere, listening to Miles Davis, and he just played one note. In the middle, there was this thing he was playing, and then there was just this little break, and then he plays this one note. And this one note, it was a note, it just drilled into me. That one note. It was like, that was such a beautiful note. It's just, how can one note be beautiful? And so where the magic is we don't understand how or why it works. But it does seem that if you do something with a very strong intention, somehow the artifact that you create in the state of mind that you're in, when you are totally in that zone, create something beyond that which could have been done through conscious thought alone. And it's not hocus pocus, because it can even be explained scientifically if you really want. And the explanation is this, that our conscious mind, our conscious thought, is only capable of thinking and seeing one thing at a time. It is linear. You want to reason a solution to something. you can only think slowly and linearly, and you can't really cover all the possibilities. And people, I think, it's common for people to think and believe that that is thinking. That is actually using your brain. In that, where you're able to watch, when you can explain the decision. You can explain the decision, and then you feel confident about your reasoning ability, right? But the reality is, and it's quite well known and understood, that our brain, our conscious thought, is only on the superficiary of our brain function. It's the surface, and it's very, very limited compared to the function of the whole brain. And evidence that this is the case are things such as you are stuck on a particular problem. You're not sure how to solve it. It could be a debugging problem. Those are quite sort of hard and fast. But it could also be something where you're just not feeling what the right decision is. And you can sit there and you can and ah over it. And you're not getting anywhere. And so what you do is you stop thinking about it. You take a break. You go to bed. You wake up in the morning and boom, there is the answer. Where did it come from? It didn't come from you consciously agonizing over every little bit. Your conscious thought might have indicated or helped you understand, or you might have used it to understand what it is that you want or you think you want, or the parameters. But then this gets fed into your subconscious, and your subconscious does all the actual work. In fact, right now as I'm speaking, where do you think this is coming from? That's an interesting one. Where do these words come from? I mean, you know, it's not the case that I line them up first and then I say them. It's like I'm not constructing what I'm saying to you first and then speaking. The deciding what it is I'm going to say and the saying happen at the same time, which is actually totally normal. So where is the conscious thought? I'm aware of what I am saying, but really by the time I'm aware of what I'm saying, I've already said it, which means that one has to be careful when one's streaming not to say things. And it does, and sometimes people make the mistake and say something that was, but you've got to have faith in your ability to do the right thing without second guessing it. You know, that's not conscious thought. None of this is conscious. I'm talking to you, but none of this is conscious thought that is saying, constructing these sentences. They're all coming from the subconscious. They have to. Now that's what we have to rely on. So anyway, where does this come from? Where am I going with this? Well, the point being, how can Miles Davis play a single note and then it sends shivers down my spine and it's one note? Because if you clear any kind of hang up away, so that the playing of the note or the playing of the musical instrument is something that just happens and comes out, and there is no actual decision, it just occurs. And so when you are improvising, this is especially if you want to do a good solo, you have to try and figure out how to do this. Good news is it's practice. The more you practice it, the better it gets. Practicing improvisation. I'm talking here, and there aren't a load of jump cuts all the time because this is live, right? But it's just let it come out. Trust it. When I started playing music again, and I was going to pubs and places where there were music stuff going on, right? and then maybe open mics, and then I would get up to play, I would get nervous. It was like I would have to have a drink, you know, and then suddenly I realised, but I kept doing it. I kept doing it anyway. So it's a bit uncomfortable, but I kept doing it. And the more that I did it, the less that it really bothered me, until in the end, I've managed to get to the point where I don't really feel much anxiousness. And I'm trusting that my body and mind will be able to deliver the performance. And you have to get to that point of trust. You have to have faith in yourself. If you don't have faith in yourself, then, you know, then you have a hang-up, you know. But the point is if you can clear the thing out of the way so that the doing and the choosing are in fact at the same moment, and that's what's wonderful about music improvisation, that that's where you want to get, and when you get there, it's brilliant, because no hang-up. This is very Zen as well. That's the point of Zen training, is to get you into that point where there is no difference between the doing and the deciding, right? When you do that, it means that the thing that you're doing in that moment is the sum product of all of your brain, of not just consciousness, but the subconscious as well. And so if you make something in that state of mind, it captures, it has to, it's influenced by every single neuron in your brain. There's an influence, small one for each one, no doubt, but it all adds up, and it's all there. And that Miles Davis was obviously, he's one of the best musicians ever. Was supremely good at being able to put the whole of himself, and that's what I take that to mean, the whole of himself into one note, because of the state of mind he was in when he played it. And so then when you hear it, you pick it up. And so I don't think we need hocus pocus to explain it. I think it's actually just, you're in the zone. When you create something, when you're in the zone, and then that thing is more powerful as a result. So when you've got things like Pollock's paintings, people have tried to recreate Jackson Pollock's paintings, and by all accounts it's with limited success. That's because, yeah, you can look at it and say, oh, it's just paint that was thrown on the... No, it isn't. It's because it was paint thrown down in that state where Pollock was putting his entire subconscious, his entire brain, his entire self into every line, every piece of that work that he would do. And then it doesn't matter intellectually what on earth it means. It was done in that state, and that captures that state. And when someone else sees it, you know, if they also do not have a blockage in some way, and maybe they need to be in tune with it too, you know, it's like, but it's there, and there's the potential then for that to communicate, not in language, but in being. You know, I think it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. And my gosh, that's really gone off track. But then, to answer Mark, yeah. So my point being, Mark, that you can draw a square, right? Probably you could just draw a square. I mean, if you draw that square in that complete state of mind, it can be a great square, you know. If that makes anything. It wasn't. I'm not sure that was a rant. Does it count as a rant? Do you have to be? That's a great philosophical question. Do you have to be angry to be ranting? Maybe what we call a rant is just where people put their entire selves into the thing that they're doing. I don't know. Well, it feels good. I felt good to say that, because that's something I really believe passionately. And just one more point on it. Yeah, that's a question of language, Mark. Indeed, I think I've always thought of rants I've always thought of rants as being, you need to be angry to rant, but maybe it's the interpretation of the word rant. I'm kind of re-evaluating that, because I suppose it was a rant, but it wasn't an angry one. So, yeah. But, so the final thing on this, just for the minute, is that's all well and good. Now, what about living one's life in that way? Now that has to be something worth aiming for. It's like to live every day and every moment in that way. And that's tough. But and I'm not that good at it. I mean, if I'm playing a musical instrument, maybe I've got reasonably good at that. But, in life, the second guessing. So what I do now is, it's like emails. For a long period of time, I would read my emails through and be very careful about my choice of words. And admittedly, sometimes if you're in a, we've all suffered from toxic environments at some point, I'm sure. But when you're in a toxic environment, you kind of have to do that, actually, because if there are people out there who are going to take anything that you say and try and interpret it, twist it to an interpretation that serves their perspective in some way or whatever, then it becomes quite tiresome, because you start looking at it. You have to look at everything you write and consider how all the different characters in your on your radar are going to react to the thing that you say, and then you might actually find that it's impossible. Well, you find that it's impossible to please everybody. You could potentially end up in a situation where you try to avoid a problem and fail to, and overthink everything at the same time. So I've tended to have a habit of being careful with my choice of words. I'm tired of that, and I don't do that anymore. I'm going, oh, look, you have to trust yourself, and you have to trust also the people that you are working with. That it's that thing of, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission thing, which I'm not. I don't always 100% agree with, but it can be true. It depends on context, really. But so now I write an email. What I do is, or a message, is I say what I think needs to be said, and I keep working on it until my feeling is that it's ready, and then I send it. I don't have a checklist. I don't go through it word for word trying to say, assess it to some kind of scorecard. That's the example of when you limit yourself because you get hung up. You can also just work on it until you know that it's done. I think actually one that this was a question that was, you feel that it was done, and you have to trust that feeling. You have to trust yourself. And I think that was a question that was asked of Jackson Pollock, if I remember rightly. He was asked, how do you know when a painting is finished? And he answered, how do you know when you've finished making love? Which I thought was... yeah, that's a great answer, really. It's... how do you know when the thing is ready to send? You feel that it is ready to send, and you send it. And probably that's the biggest disease of humanity, or modern humanity, is the inability to do that. I say modern humanity, but that's the whole thing that Zen was trying to address, and Zen goes back thousands of years. So I think it's a long-running problem, frankly. If people use social media like, yeah, well, that's an interesting point. I mean, people do say what they, but you think, close your eyes while you say. Yeah, well, I know. It's like, oh, just send it. Oh, it'll be all right. Oh, modern art is art. Yeah, it is. If it communicates something that cannot be communicated solely intellectually. Then it's art. I've said before, I have a definition of art. I don't want to hear people saying that it's difficult to define what art is. I think it's totally obvious what art is. I'm sorry, I know it sounds arrogant, but I don't care, because there's a totally logical and undeniable explanation of what art is. It's that the only reason why people have trouble trying to define what art is they always there's a tendency, well, actually it's almost the vast majority of people, as far as I can tell, will attempt to interpret art by using in an intellectual way. And the problem is those two things are incompatible. What you have to do is separate art from, intellect, in the sense that you can have communication which is purely intellectual, and then you can have a communication which is art. And that's a communication that's not intellectual. It's as simple as that. And everything that we do, I'm communicating with you now, right? So how much of this is intellectual? Certainly, I'm talking about intellectual things. I mean, or intellectual interpretation of what art is, and how that's actually a kind of a contradiction. That concept in itself is intellectual, but that isn't the only thing that's going on here, because I could just talk about it as like a robot. I could go in a monotone voice and just say what I'm saying with absolutely no expression at all. And even then I am leaving pauses. So I would need to get rid of the pauses as well, and make sure that I don't actually have any differentiation between my words other than the pure words themselves. Well, who's going to listen to that? So there's more than just intellectual communication going on. As the stream, or any stream, or any activity, or living, you've got the intellectual and the non-intellectual, and there's like two axes at 90 degrees to each other. So the problem there is that trying to define what art is using only intellectual, trying to interpret art only in an intellectual way is like trying to, I don't know, what would be a good example? Well, actually, something Alan Watts would say: catch water in a sieve. It's like it. you can't. So, but if you acknowledge that the thing that makes our art is a communication. It's the first thing you have to accept, and I think that's fairly obvious. It is a form of communication. I don't think that's arguable at all. And then, so you would have to, you can say intellect is also a form of communication. It's a communication, right, as well. So the difference is that any communication that cannot be expressed in formal language is a communication beyond that which formal language alone can produce, is beyond pure logic, so often connects with emotion. Some emotion is totally logical, so be careful with that, right? Anything that's on that axis, that element that is not purely intellectual, that is art, and you're done. You could start a monotone stream trend. Maybe I should do that in a stream or a YouTube video about music and how these days everything that is played with a sort of set rhythm that never really deviates. There is no groove. It is really annoying. I listen to music these days and it can make me feel, I have to take a breath, can drive me a little bit nuts, because there is no groove. And it's you know, the timing of the notes, everything is quantized onto a grid, and then even the intonation of the notes, they are all, you know, just being auto-tuned to sort of ha 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 ha, except fewer notes, and yeah. Yeah, so I could start a monotone stream just to put forward the point. You know, the point, not the point, but the point. It swings. Oh yeah, 'cause it don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. What isn't art then? Well, what isn't art is me saying, Garcia is on the channel. That's not art. That was a fact. But that's debatable. You know, man, Mark, I don't know. That is a valid argument, but what is the definition of a conscious entity? So, see, I unfortunately, I shall catch that frisbee and chuck it straight back at you, because conscious entity is an intellectual concept. So, this is the trap. This is the trap of words. Nature isn't art, since it isn't created by conscious entity. Only has meaning because the term conscious entity exists, and that is an intellectual construct. So you could, what you've actually done is what you've actually done is imposed a restriction on what art can be. And I suppose that is okay, but I would come back with, what's a useful definition of art? Right? And a useful definition, I think, is, as I said, then you could say, what's a useful definition of communication? So if you say that communication has to be between conscious entities, that's philosophically weak ground. We don't know that ants are conscious, but they do know that they communicate. We know that computers are not conscious, but we know that they communicate. At least we suppose they're not conscious. It could be that they are. The only thing is we know is that the behaviour of computers are deterministic most of the time. No, but a computer, then if it's not deterministic, it's actually not being a computer. So a computer by definition needs to be deterministic. If it's deterministic, then we can say it has no choice. It cannot make decisions. If it cannot make decisions, it cannot communicate consciously. If it cannot communicate consciously, then okay, what's the difference then between things that can communicate consciously and those that can't? The things that communicate consciously then needs to have a consciousness. And then we need to know what a consciousness is, but we don't know. There's no definition of a consciousness. Consciousness is art, you could argue, because it doesn't have an intellectual component. Although you can consciously engage in intellectual pursuits, the consciousness itself falls outside what is possible to be held by intellect alone. There's no formal definition of what consciousness is, and you can quite easily, I think, prove that, well, I can't, but someone who's into that kind of thing could, or has proved that consciousness cannot be broken down intellectually. It's impossible. In fact, Gödel's theorem, which I always go about, here goes again about Gödel, but Gödel's theorem basically, sort of, at least does not contradict that. It sort of provides evidence for that point of view, let's put it that way. But you can always change the playing field by changing the definitions. So if we, say communication, a photon from the sun hits a plant on planet Earth 7 seconds after it was emitted from the sun, and gets incorporated into the plant through photosynthesis. That photon travelled a hell of a long way. It was created by a sun and absorbed by a plant. When we have computers talking to each other, it's called communication. So I see no reason why we can't say that it's a communication from the sun to the plant. How is that any different? But we suppose that neither the plant nor the sun are conscious. Yeah, what? That's right. Yeah, exactly. The word communication is problematic, and it's really healthy to remember that there are these problems, because it helps us realize and remember the limitations of language. And if we all understood and appreciated the limitations of language, we'd be happier. I think in some ways that's what the story of the Garden of Eden is about. Think about it. There's more going on in that story. You can look at it and just, as it's taught in a very facile way, but there is actually a deep philosophical point there. And the point is that it's, and this is helpful for when the garden comes out, because there's a theme, part of it is the theme in there actually. And the garden is not about the Garden of Eden, but it sort of points at it. The story of the Garden of Eden with the tree of knowledge, which apparently properly translated might be the tree of technology. At least according to Alan Watts, he studied the origins of words a lot and so on. So, but you can see how it's not a big jump between one and the other. The tree of knowledge is basically, it's intellect. It's intellectual activity. It's like understanding it's not really, of course it became the case of understanding, but technically, pardon the pun, what it is it actually is measurement, because the whole of technology is based around measurement. It's breaking the world, the universe as we see it, into bits and measuring it. And that is from that measuring that we get the whole of science and the whole of technology, engineering, all the rest of it. Okay? Without the measurement, we don't get anything. So what measurement is a convention for dividing stuff up. So basically, the story of the Garden of Eden can be interpreted as we were all innocent. We were just living. We were just in a state of pure artistic bliss. We would open our eyes and look at the world and see it for the beauty that was there. And we're still able, to some extent now, to still see the beauty in the world, right? Or what's left of it. We are able to appreciate that. This is definitely part of our existence. It's perhaps not beyond the bounds of possibility, in fact quite likely, that animals can appreciate the beauty that they see. It may be that they can appreciate the beauty more than we can, because we were all innocent. We can assume the animals are innocent, right? But we know that children, when they're born, are innocent. At least we suppose that to be the case. The evidence seems to show that that's the case. I mean, it's only they haven't learnt stuff yet. To see the world with child's eyes is something that, artists sometimes talk about, right? That innocence. So the Garden of Eden is the loss of innocence. And it began with measuring everything. Distinctions, being able to see the difference. So, Adam and Eve went around naked all the time, so when they gained this knowledge, this thing, desire to measure and divide up the world, or observe how things were different from each other in some way, and then kind of make a mental boundary between them, which there's nothing to suppose that animals do that. Maybe they do, but it feels like a very human thing. They suddenly saw that they weren't the same, and so and then they start covering up their private parts. They cover up the parts that differentiate themselves. You can see how they feel shame. That's a really weird thing about feeling shame. When you feel shame, do animals ever feel shame? You can see how it's the intellectual framework that is connected with the loss of innocence, until in the end you end up with everything being measured all the time, and the loss of the ability to just be in the moment. And you can almost view the evolution of humanity as this thing that's just carried on, and as far as I can see, it just continues. The trend is definitely to move towards more measured existence. We measure how much money you have in the bank. We, as far as education goes, all the steps along there are measured. We're all just check against a graph to see if our progress is at the correct rate. Everything we do, we measure. And but that's not the art. That is the intellect. That is not where we find happiness. That's not where we appreciate the beauty of the world, or that note that Miles Davis can play that sends a shiver down your spine. That all comes from just living in the moment without hang up. Oh. You certainly can see animals look guilty, yes, but it's difficult to know. You see an animal, and this becomes a bit of a question of projection too. How do we know that what we're seeing is actually from them, or is it something from us? It can be difficult. I would look at it and say, well, you're interpreting the fact that the animal is actually afraid of being punished, and you could look at that and interpret that as guilty. And certainly a person who's guilty, it looks like someone who's afraid of the punishment. But shame is another matter. I think shame is a very human thing, probably. I would guess. And shame cannot exist where there are not arbitrary rules which have been put in place or conventions which have been enforced. Shame is part of the intellectual framework, you know. That's right, if the human wasn't there, would they act like that? I don't know. Measuring is social. I don't know. Everything is. That's really the part of the problem as well, is that you're going to get yourself into a real tangle if you measure everything beyond what is useful to measure. You can measure yourself. I often say that humanity will convenience itself out of existence. But that is not entirely unrelated to also saying that humanity will measure itself out of existence. You know. And the other problem with measurement is that you have to be really careful about measuring fairly. Anyway, what a lovely diversion. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, I have installed the latest version of Visual Studio, which looks pretty much the same, except they've Googleized the red dot here. In the user interface. Let's see if it works. Build started. It's rebuilding everything. Most of these CPP files, by the way, are not written by me. They're all being created by Antler. That's a lot of code there. The Antler being the parser. You logically cannot measure without comparing. What people do these days is they measure selectively. Go and look at it's difficult. It's difficult things to talk about because you have to be a bit careful how you talk about. Let me put it this way: in an abstract sense, it's very common to find that people get on a hobby horse about comparing certain statistics regarding certain things in society, and then completely miss a similar thing concerning a different group where the statistics are way, way worse. But there's no fashion to consider that one. So that's the point, is that often you can look at statistics which are backed up by evidence to back up your argument. But you can always find that. But there's nobody going around checking to see if the science behind that view is actually valid. It's a bit like the old trick of 9 out of 10 said they preferred it. I mean, this is used in advertising all the time. 9 out of 10 said they preferred it. For cats, there was one that was 9 out of 10 owners said their cats preferred it. Meaningless. Utterly meaningless. It's 9 out of 10 out of what sample size? It's like 9 out of 10 out of a sample of 10. After we selected 9, which was a smaller group of 100, where there were only 20 that said their cats were preferred it, but we threw them in, and then we made it 9 out of 10 because we picked 10, and we picked 9, and we had one that didn't, and we needed to have the token one in there, because otherwise it just seemed too improbable. 100%, it just doesn't believe it. It's always 9 out of 10. It's because the books are cooked, because they're under no obligation to point that out. Although there is the advertising standards got into the wind of this, obviously, so now they actually do specify, or they have to say what the sample size was. Okay, they say the sample size, but they don't say how many times they tried. Yes, 9 out of 10 said their cats, owners said their cats preferred it. From a sample of 100 owners. But we did it 100 times. And we're just telling you the one that came out favourably. You know, but then it's just, you just don't know. It's a nonsense. And it was Whisker's Super Meat. Whisker's Super Meat. I think it was 8 out of 10. Owners said their cats preferred it. I don't know how the owners know. Did they ask the cats? It would be funny. 8 out of 10 cats, they said they preferred it. How many foods did the owner? Yeah, exactly. How many foods did the owner try with a cat? That's it. 9 out of 10 owners said their cats preferred it. When we waved a £50 note in front of their faces. We don't need to tell you that bit. Like, it's the whole blooming thing. But you think about it, it's the whole of the internet right now is like that, isn't it? I mean, you know, jeez. All the troll speak and double speak and all the rest of it is like, sometimes I've seen things. I've seen things. My wife makes a lovely egg and bacon pie. That's from another advert. I can't even remember what the advert was for, but I remember the egg and bacon pie. I remember that let's play into those stereotypes all the way. What? Jake Perry? As in... Oh, Cream Puff's owner. Right. Okay, sorry. Cream Puff's owner. You know what? I was just... I really had trouble... I had trouble parsing that one, Mark. Because it was like... lifestyle. Right? Okay. Cream Puff's owner. So that was like the company that makes cream puffs has an owner whose name is Jake Perry. and Jake is actually female, and it's talking about her diet. And her diet consisted of dry cat food supplemented with broccoli, eggs, turkey, bacon, coffee and cream. It took a bit to unpick that, but I got it now. Cream Puff is a cat. I don't actually know that. I'm inferring that it's a cat. Maybe I should know about Cream Puff. But correct me if I'm wrong. But I understand Cream Puff is a cat. And we're talking about the owner of the cat and not the owner of Cream Puffs, the product that you can buy. Because Cream Puffs are a thing, aren't they? So we're talking about the cat. And Jake is the owner of the cat that's called Cream Puff. And the cat's diet consists of dried cat food supplemented with broccoli, eggs, turkey, bacon, coffee and cream. Wow, that was a roller coaster ride. I think I need to break after that. Look, I'm going to take it. I need to take a short break, and maybe I need to carry on with the fire programming language. But frankly, this is a lot more fun. Yeah. So, wow, that was just. I'm right though. I'm right, aren't I? Cream Puff is a cat. I need to check that. Cream Puff. Oh, it's a domestic cat. I love this. It just helps. It's just that thing there. Cream Puff, domestic cat. Owned by Jack Perry of Austin, Texas. My gosh, Cream Puff died at 38 years and 3 days. What was the diet again? Dry cat food, broccoli, eggs, turkey, bacon, coffee and cream. So I'm going to have to buy myself some cat food then. Dried cat food. It doesn't say which kind, does it? There we go. Cream Puff is a cat. I learned something now. I learned something. I'm always learning. I'm yearning for learning. See you shortly. In the beginning was the Word. And the Word was walking along and right by the stream searching. I felt like a 2-year-old urchin. Was thinking about the sun somewhere behind the clouds. And the trees, they all agreed with that chattering sound. I went for the stars, but I could not see any, nor the sky above, and nor eternity. There were no words to spoil or taint the scene. No black, no white, no grey, nothing to be. So tell me, did he really know
learn to let go. Let it carry him down to where he needed to go. Was there anyone looking after the place where he would be? Thereafter I want to know about God and the river. Makes no sense, there can be no pretense. If you look at us, we're all like little children playing in the playground, but not so nicely. If God is our parent, then where the hell is he or she? Tell me, did she really know what she was making? And does she already know the ending? Now really, does she? Does she really know what she was making? And does she already know how this is ending? Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river.
Break your part down bit by bit. Yeah, drop something else out. Nice. And then up majorly. You see, that forces us now to fade it out by then.
No deities were harmed in the making of this video. Oh, you know, I was talking about songs that had a particular feel. Let's Dance is another one of those. But yeah. Yeah, it definitely has a really strong character to it. Anyway, So sorry if I gave you an earworm. All gods insulted equally. But it's not a song about God, it's a song about humanity. Or I don't know, but I mean, you know, as one thing that was the great comedian Dave Allen, he would always end his shows by saying, "May your God go with you," which was pretty. It was kind of like a '70s thing. It was pretty ahead of his time. That guy. It's wonderful. May your God go with you. Right, anyway, so back. Meanwhile, I did actually fix the duplicate that I had there, so that's good. Yeah, it definitely is a classic. Let's dance. Put on your, even though the lyrics are a bit naff, but put on your red shoes and dance the blues to the song they're playing on the radio. But the way he sang the words and just the feel of the track, it's really got something special to it. Oh, here's another one that has a very strong feel. A different flavour would be any of the songs by Men at Work on the the one with Man Down Under on it. They were a really good band. I used to listen to one of their. I forgot about them really. I used to listen to one of their albums a lot. Supertramp. There's a kind of relation. It's not that far away. Supertramp from Men at Work. There's Supertramp. The Logical Song. Ah. Yeah, the Logical Song. When I was young, they taught me how to be logical, clinical. Yeah. Go check that out. Supertramp. Everybody knows Men at Work for Land Down Under, but they actually had some classier songs than that. That was their big hit, but they had some classier songs for sure. Oh, another one obviously is Kate Bush. Running Up That Hill. Doesn't sound like any other song. Has again a flavour. We don't have the language for them. How do you describe them? I don't know. But I know the feeling. I don't know that one. It's a mistake. Maybe I know it, but I don't know the title. Anyway, right, so where was I? If I'm running this, and let's just, oh yeah. Let's see, after all, this is a real test for Hal, because I've had a lot of trouble with Hal. Falling asleep all the time. Oh, Kate Bush is fantastic. whitey, windy moss, sweet rolling cold free. You had a that's nowhere near as high as you. Too greedy. She was just so flipping high. It's very crazy, and it's a bit over the top, that song, in some ways. But again, yeah, it's another one of those songs that's just. What's the logic? They're like, it breaks all the rules. It breaks all the rules of pop songs. Yeah, there it was. They do their best to make sure that doesn't happen again. Must have been really annoying for them. We want to have our music as it needs to be all the same. You know, controllable. I mean, gosh. We certainly don't want another Bohemian Rhapsody. I mean, that was basically 3 songs in one for a single. What a joke. No, they all need to be 2 minutes 30 seconds long. They all need to use the same 2 chords, 3 chords, maybe 4, but get a bit fancy then. And they all need to have a whoa in it. Whoa, whoa. The millennial whoop. We need the music to sound all exactly the same. I think it's such a shame. Where do they all go? I can hear it. What's that now? Yeah. They're also that thing. I mean, that's just. I mean, what crazy nonsense is that? Well, it's not nonsense, but it's genius. But it's like. The verses have, yeah. Crazy stuff. Well, that's true. She certainly did. And but it wasn't very long after that eventually it was replaced by I can't wait. It's like a virgin. I remember seeing that first time on Top of the Pops. I actually saw the episode of Top of the Pops where Madonna sang Like a Virgin, and I was watching it, and it was like I was going, you got to be kidding me. I was going, you got to be kidding me. Like a raging, start for the very first time. Like a raging. And just all I could hear was a nose. I was going, really? Really? And that tune. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Then come on, Kate. Bring back Kate Bush. Gee, come on. A little bit of me died. I didn't know that she was going to become such a huge megastar. But I saw it. I was there, ground zero, where it happened. Oh, shudder.
Hello, Dino.
Yes, Hal. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Yes. Hal, restart program. Hal's still working. Where is that? Hal, toggle breakpoint. Hal, continue. Hal, continue program. No, that's good. Hal, stop program. We'll switch to my test file here. And let's start reintroducing stuff. Hal, run program. Cool. It's only running it once, which is nice. It assigns the values. 10, it hasn't moved it. Right, that's the bit that... Okay, because... How restart program. Okay. So when it runs the program, it runs in this flipping window which blocks my view. Can I tell it to just stay here? I don't know. Edit. Properties. Options. Font, layout, colors, terminal. It'd be nice if it could just appear here all the time. Can I make it... No, it always wants to appear there. That's really annoying. Right on top of my work. That's really annoying me. So set console window position. Oh, maybe. Let's see. Hal, restart program. Hal, restart program. And properties layout tab. Do not let the system, look at that, do not let the system position the window, but instead use the following coordinates. You can put this at 600, hit your butt, right, and then here we can probably go for something like 2000 or so. Maybe we need to go a bit more, like 800. Nah, we'll go 700. I think that could do the trick. I didn't know that. Learn something new. Hal, restart program. Oh, that's so much better. That's nice. It's not often I say nice things about Microsoft. I won't now either. But that was fairly cool. So, the problem, what I need to do is to make it actually, yes, so I was working on the rules, wasn't I? Right, so how does it do this at the moment when I do an add rule? When I add an add rule. Current add rule. On begin. Right, and it's not even used. Just as I say, add on begin. Current add rule. Well, I got a current rule and a current add rule. Current add rule. Pardon me. I don't understand why I did that, not even using it. I'm just going to get rid of it. Create a new rule. Add begin. And even that is not. And then well, let's see. If I set a breakpoint here, I need to. Yeah. What I need to. Yeah. Okay. What I need to do is do an example of an. Well, like this. Add on begin. Change. On change a b plus plus. So this say add the rule. On change of A, increment B. On the begin, I add this rule. Let's see if I can get that passed next. So that's that. Take out everything else. How run program? How toggle breakpoint. How continue program. well, let's check the syntax of the language. Add on begin is the word begin, and then on rule for add. On rule for add is the word on, and then add on change. Add on change is change with add watches and add expressions. Add watches is add W expression. Let's start with the watch. So there must have been an add W expression, right? Oh, maybe not. So right, the watches, there must be an add WXPR. No, there isn't, so that's what I need to add for parsing. Hmm? Well, let's try that one, then we'll see what happens. Blah 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 blah. Why can't I? How toggle breakpoint. How restart program. How continue program. Okay. How stop program. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, Hal is going so well right now. I'm going to add a new piece of functionality to him. Right. How do copy? How do paste? Oh yeah. How restart program? How continue program? So that, I think, is picked up A, which, looking at the test thing, is picked up this, which is the watch for this rule. Watch is for when A changes. So, yeah, that looks like the right place. That looks correct. So here I have a watch that was for an add rule. Add watch expression, add W expression. So what I need to do is to have a, yeah, right. I need a new kind of type. Which is, yeah, because the way that needs to work oh, that's an interesting one. How did I deal with the issue with people apparently being intimidated by you? That probably the most effective solution to that problem is to find people who are not intimidated by me. It's I think in the end it's like I mean if I intimidate, if I was to intimidate somebody with the purpose of intimidating them, then it would be my fault. But I'm not that kind of person. I stick to my guns, especially when I have a job to do. I take my job seriously. That's supposed to be the right thing to do. But I've always been that way. I take my job seriously, whatever that role is. And in that sense, I'm a very serious person. Although I've talked about seriousness, it's better to be sincere. But in fact, let's switch sincere. Is a better word than serious. I'm sincere. So I'm sincere about the work I do. I'm sincere about the responsibility that may exist. And if I have a responsibility, I'm sincere about that responsibility, and so on and so on and so on. You know? So unfortunately, this can result in a situation, if I find myself in an environment. Look, cut a long story short. I really prefer to be in an environment where I don't have to be afraid of, you know, being the one who says that the emperor doesn't have clothes on. The king is in the altogether. You know what I mean. It's basically if I value sincerity to the point where if something needs to be done because it's critical, or needs to be said because it's critical, I'm going to say it. And that can intimidate certain people. But I don't think there's anything I can do about it, because I've got a choice then. If I find myself amongst people who don't react well to that, or are intimidated by it, it's not my duty was not, my purpose is not to intimidate. My purpose is to be sincere about the things that need to be done and the things that need to be said. So basically, some people I've found find sincerity threatening. And though if you ever find people who find sincerity threatening, and you are a sincere person, it probably is not going to work out, because when sincerity meets insecurity, you know, you've got two ways to react. When there is something that basically there's something that potentially intimidates, there are two ways that you can react to it. One of them is to treat it as a threat, and the other way is to treat it as an opportunity, I suppose, to keep it really simple. What I think I tend to do is pose that question. So it's just I don't. It's not. It's some. The problem is it's something I can't really turn off. In part, I wouldn't want to, because if we're not being sincere, then why are we here? It's like, you know, if you haven't got sincerity, and that's a different thing from seriousness. You can have very sincere fun, and you can have very sincere effort and work. I'm reluctant to call it serious, but yeah, you could even say that. You could be sincere effort. And sometimes it feels, you're referring to that thing I said, sometimes it feels like I can walk into a room and just intimidate people before I've even said anything. And part of that, though, is also to do with my track record. You know, some people view me as a larger-than-life character. I'm not going to get on well with people who feel insecure. because I'm not. It's got nothing to do with me. It's to do with their situation. Because in the end, I'm actually a fairly normal, well, ordinary person in many ways. If you prick me, do I not bleed? You know. I'm also the kind of person who, if I hurt somebody, even by accident, I'm mortified by it. So I'm not... I suppose that's why I made the joke about making a career out of getting into trouble for doing the right thing, because I suppose what it means is that I've been in a lot of toxic environments. And a toxic environment is the one where you get into trouble for doing the right thing. So ultimately, the best thing you can do is find an environment that works. And one of the stumbling blocks there is it can be quite difficult to find. Yeah. Yeah, it comes to trust. There's a lot of talk about trust. I mean, geez, trust is a complicated thing. It can get very twisted in a toxic environment. The concept of what trust is can get very, very messed up. You know. But now these days, what I do is I just say, I it's that thing that comes that you have to go with what you feel, and I lived my life too many. It comes like with the email thing that I said. I've lived my life too long reacting to what I think people think about me. And I think I finally at some point learned that you can't fix it. There's nothing that you can do if you're amongst the wrong kind of people. There is nothing that you can do to address that issue. It's impossible. And if I could go back and in time and talk to myself, I would say, you know, don't keep trying to make it right. If the problem is the environment you find yourself in, it's like if a plant is trying to grow in poor soil, it doesn't have much of a choice really. It has to make do, and it either survives or it perishes. But we're not really like that. We can move around, and I think you need to keep moving, and until you find good soil, that soil that's compatible for you. It just so happens for me, it's the values, his values of trust, but the real thing. And not just the deeper that thing, looking for an island with people who are wise and of goodwill. You know, wise, that can be asking a bit much. I mean, wisdom is because wisdom is the real tough one. But the goodwill one shouldn't be tough. Goodwill should not be tough. And if you're amongst people who are truly of goodwill, and I've been in environments where people thought they were of goodwill, but there was backstabbing going on. I've been through that, and it's weird, because then what you get is this. What you get, I tell you what it is. If you've read the book Watership Down, you get the Warren of Snares. If you read the book, you'll know what I mean. And that has, where I was talking about how songs have energies, and towns and cities have energies, so do places that suffer from the Warren of Snares syndrome. And it always feels the same. Don't hang around in the Warren of Snares. I recommend it. I watched that when we went to the cinema and saw that when I was a kid. When I was about 12, 13. And it really, it really influenced me in a huge way. I cannot really describe how much that influenced me. I think it opened my eyes to something that I hadn't really understood before that point. And it's a remarkable book, I think. And there was quite a few things that were inspiring. You can easily miss the point, but even from the point of view of design, I love the way that Watership Down didn't break rules. In fact, I would say that it was the first artifact that I witnessed that showed the power of having a set of rules which were stuck to, and then it helped shape the book. And the rule is, it's not the same as your anthropomorphized books. There are a lot of those around. I mean, there was the book Dunked on Wood, for example, which I read, but I was alright, but that one's more fantasy. I know it sounds funny when you're talking about a book written about rabbits, but the difference is that Dunked on Wood, if that story actually happened and you looked into the tunnels that the moles, because Dunked on Wood's about moles, you go and look in that, you would see evidence of their behaviour, like, a stone that is carved with an inscription. So a human being would come along and could see that and go, "Oh my God, oh my word, look at this. The moles are intelligent." But Watership Down was much more sophisticated than that. It never broke cover. You would be really stretched to find a point where a human being observing what was going on would unambiguously say this is evidence that rabbits are super intelligent. There is one point where it gets very close to that line, and that's when they use in effect a raft from a piece of driftwood or whatever, or but the thing is, there's a point where they cross a body of water, but the thing is, you could even see how if somebody saw that, they go, that's quite remarkable, but you'd still think that it wasn't conclusive evidence. Not in the same way as if you found an artifact, you know, like an engraved stone, or other bits and pieces. So, like in Duncan Wood. So that's what was remarkable about and powerful about Watership Down, is that they're masterfully constructed, or Richard Adams masterfully constructed the two perspectives, the perspective of the rabbits and the perspective of the human beings, and allowed the two to exist as independent things that did not disprove one another. You know, the human beings went around acting like human beings, and they're totally unaware of the communications that were going on between the rabbits. And so, of course, it's expressed in language, because otherwise it wouldn't be a very interesting book. But the key point is that it's expressed in language because it's translated into something that we understand. But it's quite clear that social animals do communicate in some way. They may not communicate with the language. He invented a language for the rabbits. Okay, it's more of a device than anything. It's not to say that they, you know, it's just to give the idea of a different kind of culture or world. But it was, at no point did he break that plausibility factor. You know, that's absolutely great. And so that taught me a lesson about design, about the importance of having non-negotiable constraints. So my ideas about non-negotiable constraints, they probably started with that book. Yeah. But it also put me in touch with the energy of nature, is probably the best way of putting it. The ability to appreciate the inherent beauty of living things and the environment. Yeah. Anyway, so I think the cartoon's not as, in some ways, is not as good as the book, right? But I don't think that the cartoon is at all bad. At least I don't remember it to be. Sort of, it inspired me to read the book. And the book was, yeah, it's one of those instances, you watch the film first and then you read the book, and the book is even better than the film, you know. But then it's a different medium. Anyway, so where was I? I am trying to add this rule, and the problem is that I need to construct that on begin. So there's a trigger. The trigger is a set of, well, there's a trigger and actions. The actions are, in fact, one expression of everything that needs to be done, which can be comma separated to give different. If I want to do three things, I put the three things and I separate them by commas, basically. So what I need to do is have an expression which is a rule, and that's what I need to add. If I go and, well, that means expressions and operators are all in the same type, which is a expression item or exp item. I need to create a new one, which, if we look in the headers here, I think I can add a rule, and then it should fall in quite naturally. So let's see, we can make a rule. And the question is then, if I construct a rule, I do have a rule class. Yeah, it's got to be a whole rule, and the rule just has indices into it has indices into the so those then get executed. It was that problem, and they get executed all the time. I wanted them in a single list so they can be processed all in one sort of batch. So the watches and the actions are held in arrays. Where do I put and actually it needs to copy them anyway. So I don't think I shouldn't make it the same. How complicated is this? It's not very. I think I'm better off creating another class that is, if you will, a rule template. And if the rule template will contain expressions, and these don't need to be stored in arrays, they can be stored directly within the template, because the reason to put them in the array was for the processing of the runtime system. But these are copies or templates that are not executed directly. They need copies of them made, which are then added to the rules later. So this is for the self-modifying sort of thing. So as a result, I don't need to use the list. I can have them locally in the class. And then what will usually happen, as is the case in the example that I'm trying to head towards here, add on begin, on change of these, update position. The most usual case is that these rules have references in them, and I think the decision is that I expand these references at the time that the rule is actually added. So the process is, I have got in here a rule which has a rule template as the watch. No, has a rule template which is on change, has this is the definition. This is stored inside this is a rule expression, right? And the rule expression doesn't have any operators, it's just there by itself. So on begin is your rule, and the rule has got things in it that need to be expanded. So the add on begin has as an action an expression which is a rule template, and when this is executed it has to substitute any references which are available in the context this function. The one that's available is item. So item here is a reference, so this can be resolved and should be resolved here because I'm inside here and there is an item here. If there isn't, then I can just leave it, and it's probably the best call. So when this, I say make cube at, come to here, it is going to do on begin. Okay, so that's when this starts. It's going to add this and needs to replace at item with what item is pointing at, which is cube. So this, the rule that gets actually added is on change cube pos.x, cube pos.y, cube pos.z, update position cube. So that rule, take the rule template, apply any, resolve any references throughout the whole of the rule, and on a copy, so you copy this, resolve the references, and then add that rule to the global space, because I'm only allowing add rules to refer to the global space at the moment. Okay, and in order to do that, I'm going to make something, I'm calling it a rule template, and the rule template is going to hold a rule to apply dynamically. Will need to dereference References. Available in the local scope, and then add the rule to the global scope, and that's what I will have to do, but not now, because it's it feels like I spent most of my time talking, but it's not true. I also spent my time allowing my subconscious to work again on this. I think I left it a few days too long before coming back to it as well, but anyway, I think it's clear what I need to do. Wow, John! Ha! How you doing? John Pickford Brothers. Yeah, good to see you. John is a veteran game developer. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. All right. Well, here. Hey, John. Yeah. Do you like? It's hard because I'm looking at the screen there. It's not a mirror image. The Acorn System 1. They're very difficult to find. I got this off eBay like six years ago, and I only just restored it recently. So this is where I will be doing machine code. Indeed, not even assembly programming it in hex. It works. I was so excited when I finished the restoration of it. It had a blown digit in here. If you look up this on Wikipedia, the Acorn System 1, they have the picture they have happens to be this one, the one that I got off eBay, and it had a blown digit, which was really annoying. So the restoration of this, I had to dismantle the keyboard, the two boards and the keyboard, and then of course the keyboard itself was very dodgy. The plastic covering and those, you know, dome keys. Hang on. There we go. And so I managed to get a keyboard luxury. Oh yeah. Oh, never mind that. You know, we had to flip toggle switches with our tongues. But yeah, that display, I managed to get an actual, this is a genuine same part, which I was able to locate. But I have, instead of the horrible ribbon cable, I've actually got a socket on there so that it's possible to do maintenance on the keyboard without having to desolder everything. Wonderful thing. So the other project I'm doing is a program to read the cassette port and translate it into hex. I've actually done that bit. I can read the cassette port and get hex from it. I've got to do the other one now, which is to read the hex and write to the cassette port. But I intend to write a game on this and stream it, and a game that runs on the actual calculator display. I have this idea for an endless runner. I would just see if it's possible to get an endless runner on that. That'll be fun. So that's for when I want to do some proper programming. Yeah, following the manual. That's what I did. Yeah, that's actually the stream when I was doing that is there. I'm it's on the channel, but yeah, I was going through the original manual and relearning it, you know, and some of the opcodes started coming back to me. You know, like 4C is an absolute jump. But yeah, so I've got other things like that I'm going to be doing at some point. It's like I've got my Acorn System 1. The first computer I ever programmed was a Hewlett Packard 9825. So I got a bit crazy with that. I got 2 of them. They were difficult to find, but the first one that I got had proper keys. There were 2 versions of the 9825. The ones that have, like, you know, proper keys. The other one had a membrane keys on it, and the one that I used had membrane keys on it. And my father's lab, when I was like 12, and that one I just not dared turn them on because they're very old. And that's my biggest problem, is I don't have the courage to try and turn them on yet. But that one, programming the Hewlett Packard 9825, that will be very interesting. 32 character 7x5 dot matrix LED display, and its own programming language, which is kind of a bit similar to BASIC, and tape backup with a tape cartridge and a thermal printer, all in one handy nice package, and custom made CPU. That really gets my heart going, because that's the first one I ever wrote program for. And funnily enough, I went in and did a project for my father, a school sort of work thing, work experience thing. Was weird, but I used the 9825, wrote an EEPROM programmer for the 9825, and wrote a program on the 9825, entered in on the 9825, typed in on that, to program the EEPROM to put into one of these to operate an oven. My father was he was working in a lab where they were testing electronic components for undersea cables, and he carried on doing that until undersea cables went out of fashion, and they came back again. So but yeah, I think one of the companies worked for STC and submarine cables originally in Erith. But what they would do is they would take components and age them, so they would sort of like heat cycle them and things like that. So I wrote a program on the Acorn System 1 to cycle the temperature of his oven, and he actually used this. So that was pretty cool, pretty fun. Anyway, I was thanks for saying hi. Good to see you. Are you streaming at all? Feel free to the 2 people who are here. Feel free to I don't know how many are here, but feel free to plug anything you want to plug. But I'm about to go. I was just it's getting late. Oh, you wrote a
Hello,
ZX.
Dino.
You wrote a ZX81 scaffold design app. Wow. I don't suppose you still have any trace of it, do you? Yeah, that'd be fantastic to see. It's great. All right. I'm. Oh, you were just kidding. Oh, I can never tell. I really can't. You had me completely fooled, completely convinced. I'd already constructed the scenario in my mind. The picture of the kitchen where you were showing it to your father on one Saturday morning came in front of my eyes. The expression on his face, it was all there. I just incredible. I'm gonna go. Great to see you. I'm gonna leave it for tonight. So let's put what video though? Yeah, I always end with a video. So we had. All right, I can do that. Assume that. I guess. Let's. You know what? Let's because we did only want to sing the blues. We've done God on the River. So the only other one that's out at the moment is Man with a Mission. So I'm going to leave on that one. In 3D lines, yes. On the 3D on the ZX81. That would be a very very impressive feat. Unbelievable. Take care everybody. Have a good night.
I'm a man with a mission. 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 With a mission. I'm a man with a mission. I'm a man with a mission.